Yes, she says, why don't you grow out your hair?
Because I don't.
Good afternoon. Today is March 8th, Tuesday, March 8th, and the time is 1:01 PM. Sergeant at Arms or designee, has the front lobby been attended to ensure public access? Okay, thank you. So we are ready to proceed with the briefing meeting of today. Yes,
No, but they're already in here.
yes.
The purpose of this.
Ms. Fisher, the doors are open.
Yes, we can
I
start.
know there's one person, and our security person's ready to give the authorization. Just go and make sure, because that's our security.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you. On today's agenda, we have audit results, Veterans Park Academy for the Arts Master Plan, high school schedule, and discussion of proposed superintendent contract terms, in addition to public comment. At this time, we will entertain Mr. Gatewood and Eddie Castaneda, Audit Senior Manager. Good afternoon and welcome.
You can tell them to start.
Good afternoon. My name is Eddie Castaneda. I am the Audit Senior Manager on the engagement. We're trying to find our presentation, but it doesn't seem to be on here. So I'll just go through some highlights on some required communications that we have to.
We have it.
Oh, you have it?
We have it,
Yeah.
but it's just not up there.
Well, good thing I have it printed, so we could just go forward and we could look at what I'm looking at, if you do
Okay.
have it.
Yes,
Perfect.
we have it in our backup.
Oh, okay.
This morning,
Maybe the briefing?
Jeff's setting it up.
There it is. Good job.
Thank you. Like I said, my name is Eddie Castaneda. I'm here to communicate the audit results of our fiscal year 2021 audit. Your shareholder, engagement shareholder, is Bill Bland. Unfortunately, he had a previous engagement that he couldn't attend, so I am here. Before I get into the presentation, a lot of hard work goes into producing this annual financial report. I want to just take quick time to thank Dr. Amy Desamore and her team, and Michael Gatewood here, and Jeanette Ingersoll, who, without their help, we could have not completed the audit, let alone the financial statements. So thank you both. So we'll just get right into it. A letter was sent to you in January 26th, the board, which it's a required communications that we have to give to governance, which would be the elected officials. In that letter, we communicated that we had no disagreements with management, that there was no transaction entered by the district that lacked authoritative guidance, whether that's GASB or any other generally accepted accounting principle. The estimates within the statements are correct and appropriate for when they're needed, as well as we did not communicate any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies as it relates to the financial statements of the district. Our audit report was a quote-unquote clean audit report, which is an unmodified opinion. We're required to have a couple of service deliverables to you, which is one, the audit report. The second report is our evaluation of the district's internal controls over financial reporting and compliance. We had no instances of internal control findings related to that. We also do a single audit of all the grant programs that the district receives, and as part of that audit, we have to evaluate internal controls as well as compliance with significant provisions of any grant agreements that the district may have. We're happy to report that we have found no issues nor any compliance issues in those programs that were tested. The Florida Auditor General requires us to produce a management letter to our Florida local entities. We're happy to report that there are no management letter comments, and as well as in our independent accountants report, which is a Florida Auditor General requirement as to the compliance of investment statutes in Florida, and we're happy to say that the district is in compliance with those statutes. So just some quick financial highlights here. I'd like to do just kind of a brief overview. As you can see, your governmental activities, your change in net position in the current year was $77 million, which is an increase over prior year of $48 million. So it does seem between those 2 years that the district's net position is growing, which is obviously a healthy indicator. The general fund, which is the operating fund of the district, you could see here that it was an increase of $4 million over the previous year in terms of the net change in that fund balance. Total fund balance increased approximately $24 million, and as a indicator of the unassigned and assigned fund balance, which is basically the two categories within the fund that it can be spent on anything that's not restricted or committed or non-spendable. That represents approximately 15% of the overall district's yearly annual expenditures. So that's a pretty healthy number, that you have a 15% cushion of annual expenditures. And lastly, the general fund budget, as you can see here, was a positive in terms of budget to actual of approximately $137 million. The reasons for that were increases in property tax values against a very conservative spending fiscal year due to obviously the pandemic and conservative spending within the schools, that the district was under budget by that amount. And after that, I'll just, if anyone has any questions or comments.
Board members, any questions or comments? Can you, Ms. Gittens?
Well, go ahead. You were in the midst of asking a question. Go ahead. I'll do mine after.
Can you define the difference between the restricted and unrestricted funds?
Fund?
Yes.
Restricted funds are funds that are restricted by outside enabling legislation is the actual definition. So any debt or bonds that the district may have, and within that document that there might be covenants that the district might have to have a reserve on hand, depending on whatever debt covenants are there. Or if an example is grant revenue, where it could be that funds are restricted to be spent for a certain a certain activity, that goes into that category. Anything outside of that, which is non-spendable, that's like your inventory, that's not really cash, so we call it non-spendable because it can't really easily be converted into cash. Assigned and unassigned are basically, unassigned is free, there's no restrictions on that money, and assigned is if management designates something to be spent, but it's not really restrictive because management doesn't have restrictive authority in terms of a legal perspective.
And so then where does the unassigned money come from?
You basically, it's your your net fund balance, so you'll just take your assets minus your liabilities and then group whatever is left over into one of these buckets, per se, and then anything that falls out of assigning it within those buckets goes into that unassigned or assigned.
So is unassigned like reserve funds?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Yeah, that was my question. Thank you, and thank you for being here today. That, one of my questions was on the reserves. So you're saying under fund balance on slide 6, reserves is under restricted? Or is it under more than one of those categories?
Your reserves that can be spent on any activity is under that assigned and unassigned line items.
Okay, and you said something about items that you could not convert to dollars.
Correct.
So
That's in the
reserves cannot be converted to dollars.
No, just on that one line item for non-spendable of $4 million, that is the line item that cannot be spent on something because its nature is not in cash. So a prepaid expense, for example, we count that as an asset in the accounting world because you've prepaid something, but that is not, you can't spend a prepaid because you've already paid it. So it kind of goes into that. It's those accounting transactions that are kind of just for the financial statements and the way we treat certain transactions, but it can't be converted into cash, like a prepaid item or inventory.
So I know we had discussed a long time ago about the percentage of reserves and all that we have and keeping it at a certain level. How does that affect, if it's up or down or high or low, how does that affect the audit?
It will affect the audit if we would communicate it to governance and to executive management if we're seeing a downward trend over certain years, if we start to see it diminish. But other than that, I don't believe the district has a minimum fund balance policy, which some Florida local governments may or may not have. It just depends on the temperament of governance. To have a minimum, we cannot, for example, I'm just saying an arbitrary number, we cannot go under 10% or 20% or of whatever the expenditures are. Outside of that, if a government does not have that in place, we can't really evaluate it against a policy. Only we could take a more of a holistic view and see how it's doing year to year.
So if we see on a budget the line item fund balance, we know that that includes reserves.
Correct.
Okay. The other question I have is, with us looking at, after this evening, looking at an SOW with our internal auditors, how do the internal auditors and what RSM does and what this company does, do they interface or not?
It depends on the level of the internal auditor activities. Us as external auditors on the financial statements, we are in communication with internal audit as it relates to the financial statements. So something, for example, is the school internal funds that the internal auditor reviews and ensures that these funds at the schools are being properly monitored and paid out and deposited. We would get with the internal auditors to get their reports, to get their evaluations, to see how it affects, and any other projects that they may have in the works that would affect our audit, the external audit. So that could be, like I said, the internal funds. If they're doing anything grant-related, we'll make sure to have a conversation with them to see if there's any insight that they could give us or point us in the right direction. So we do feel that it's a beneficial, it's always a beneficial relationship to have your internal and external auditor kind of on the same page.
Okay, and I don't know how we go about making sure that that happens or whatever.
Well, I suppose we could ask the question.
And that's what I mean, for a later date answer is fine, but my question basically is with us getting back into compliance and having an internal auditor, what is the relationship of the internal and external auditor? And is there any process that is in place to make sure that that happens?
And Ms. Jordan?
Thank you. And if you could please clarify that, when you're speaking of internal, you're speaking of the internal within the district, not the board's auditor. So I just correct, because you're speaking of the schools and everything, that's the internal auditor that we have in the district, not the board's auditor.
Yes.
Correct?
He-
Okay, I
He's
just wanna
referring
make
to
sure
our
that that
internal
was
auditing
clear.
department. Whenever we close out the books for each of the schools, we have to reconcile and account for, their bank statements and their investment accounts, their inventory, and make sure that everything adds up to what's in our Manatee accounting software. We also, one part of the audit too, when we first start our, preliminary work, they'll ask us about any other outside audits that we've had completed during the year, and we'll give them copies of those audits, and then they'll look through those, and then sometimes they'll reach out to those auditors or our attorneys to get, additional information for situations that have happened in the prior year.
And if I may, through the chair?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I meant. So basically, and thank you, Ms. Jordan, that we actually have 3 auditors, and, the one for the district, our board auditor, and external auditor, and I'm just wondering, financially, do we have a method or something that shows their connection? And let's say something happens that RSM finds that has to do with a grant, for example, and that process you need to know about,
Correct.
because it will affect you, and you would work it between RSM and the district's auditor, correct?
Correct. Like Michael said, during our preliminary evaluation, we'll ask for the reports. And outside of our professional standards, which we're required to do, if any entity that we audit has an internal audit function, we are required by our professional standards to reach out to them, get input on that. So outside of that, I don't know if there's a strict mechanism other than I'm a CPA and I like to keep my title.
I know it, and
Yeah, okay.
believe me, I know that you know what you're doing more than I do. I'm just wondering, how is that communication? But you answered that.
Okay.
In saying that you have to, in your job, reach out to whichever auditors or audits that have occurred, you ask for that.
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan, did you have something else?
Thank you. I just want, again, for clarification. So we are asked to do these audits with our outside external, twice a year, or is it once a year?
Once a year.
Once a year, okay, thank you.
We're on a
Thank you, Mr.
3-year cycle. The first year we'll have the Auditor General, and then the following 2 years we have the outside MSL, and then back to the 4th year we'll go back to the Auditor General, and then bring our outside auditors in for the next 2 years.
Great, thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
That's
Mr.
what I thought.
Gatewood. Thank you. Any other questions, board members, or comments? Okay, well, thank you very much, and it sounded like good news.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You also. Next, we'll have Ms. Kathy Ebaugh, Director of Planning, Growth, and Capacity, and Clarissa Pordoy, ADG Consultant, join us with the master plan presentation, the final master plan presentation for Veterans Park Academy for the Arts. Welcome, and welcome Principal Carter.
Well, good afternoon to everyone.
Good
Turn your
afternoon.
mic on. Make sure your mic is on.
Okay, so we're ready to get started here. And first of all, I'd like to say welcome to everyone and Madam Chair and the school board. It's a pleasure to have an opportunity to share the vision for Veterans Park Academy for the Arts with you today. And I'm glad that I had the honor to lead it off. As leader of the school, we are very excited for this opportunity. I can tell you that I have worked very extensively with our architectural team, contract team, planning department in this initiative. And so I think it's really going to be let me say, a champion for the Lehigh community once we have finished this 2 to 3 year process. And it's really going to also redevelop that area of Richmond Avenue, Leland Heights, Homestead Avenue. Is really going to bring a sense of community within that area. When you consolidate Veterans Park Academy with the old Lambs building, and then you include the park, it really is, when you look at it from an aerial perspective, it really is going to make it a nice and rewarding community spirit throughout that community. And so I'm excited for the opportunity to share with you and address any concerns or questions that you may have. And I also have my team with me as well.
Good afternoon. We are all very excited to be under Ed's leadership. He brings an energy to this project that is really infectious. We often say if we could only clone Joel, we would be, Joel that says that if we could clone Ed, we would be all set. And I couldn't agree with Joel more. So this project has 4 phases, and we started with the vision last year. We then moved into the master planning and are currently in the reconstruction of VPAA Middle. Phase 3 is the Performing Arts Center, and then Phase 4, which we are kicking off today, is the primary and intermediate proposed phase for the redesign and development of the elementary school side. And we're going to go a little bit through each of these phases, talk about how we got here and how are we moving forward. So we started last January with kind of figuring out what is the definition of VPAA? What is this project that we are about to embark? We had decided that the original Lambs would move to the new campus, and we needed to think about how this campus would work together. The original Lambs part as well as the VPAA part. And there were a lot of different thoughts on it, and I don't know that anyone really knew exactly where we were headed, except for I'm convinced that Principal Carter knew from the very beginning where this was headed. We just all had to catch up to him. So in January and February, we had some project team meetings. We also had a briefing with the school board to let you know that we were going to go out to the community. We then did some presentations in the community, both at the school, with the school community. The communications department did some various smaller community meetings, and then we held a large community meeting at the end of March. And it was really at that large community meeting at the end of March on the VPA campus that I think we all kind of understood where we were headed after that, and that we brought that to the April 13th meeting, a briefing at the board, and we had confirmation of that direction. And the issues that we were trying to address, we had a lot of things that were going on together. We wanted to be able to meet this idea that Principal Carter to us brought us to being the premier K-8 school in all of Southwest Florida. I don't think you were just on Lehigh.
No, we were looking past just the Lehigh community or the East Zone. We were actually looking at the Southwest Florida area.
So we had that kind of as our driving, and that meant academics, capacity, safety and security, families input, staff input, and then how to make this all work administratively. And we established 4 goals. The first one would be to enhance the VPAA character through unifying the campus, providing a performing arts center, which would galvanize and expand the programming for the arts facilities that already exist on these 2 campuses and really making them a premier kind of resource not only for the community, but for the students themselves, sharing an identity that was based on a brand and a character that is the performing arts. And then thinking about some operational considerations, which I think Principal Carter wants to touch a little bit more detail on.
Okay, and one of those aspects were, if you are familiar with the Lambs building and also Veterans Park Academy for the Arts, we look at the logistical aspect of it when the students and stakeholders are coming within the building and then leaving the building. And so rather than utilizing the current bus ramp area for VPAA, we're looking at making the main corridor for transportation is going to be the old Lambs bus ramp, because it's centrally located between both of the schools. And when you look at it from a parent pickup and drop-off perspective, on the primary side, you're going to have those parents will enter the campus from that way, and then they will go back out from Arthur Lane. You will look at the intermediate side that will come from where the community park is, and they will go back out that way, but they will make a left-hand turn to go back out to Homestead. Middle school parent pickup will enter the campus from Arthur Lane and then go back up to Leland Heights. And so when you look at transportation, once they load, it's going to be a 10-minute interval to exit the building. They will go off from Arthur Lane and then go down to Homestead. What it does is it alleviates the congestion area from what we experience right now by the community park and also the brand new fire station that we do have on Homestead. So by moving that transportation to the centrally located of the campus, it's going to make it a smooth and seamless transition of stakeholders coming in and out of the building.
And under a single bell time.
Yes. Should I say it a little bit louder?
Under a single bell time.
Under a single bell time.
Our fabulous principal, Mr. Ed Carter, has put a lot of thought into this. I've walked the campus with him several times as the construction, destruction really, of the old building, middle school building, the old Lambs building. It's completely been a remodel to it. It's not been just painting. I'm telling you, from the ceiling to the floor, everything's gone. The only thing that was out there pretty much are the walls that support the ceiling. It's going to be an amazing building for Lehigh community. I'm very excited about that. Ed will stay our existing principal, Mr. Carter will, and we're excited about that. Again, his excitement brings excitement to me. Every time he tells me we're going to walk the building, he has the hard hat in hand, and he's ready to go over there and see it and show it off to anybody that'll walk on campus with him. Our 3 associate principals will be under him, and those will be in addition to above formula of what's currently in that building. So the assistant principals will exist, but then these 3. And what we've envisioned for these 3 associate principals, and we'll probably have to look at that job description because right now it's a 1-year tenure for the associate principal, so we'll probably have to bring that back to the board and talk about that and discuss that at some point, because Ed and I have talked just recently, and I haven't even shared that with Dr. Spiro yet, but Ed and I have talked as we've walked that it really needs to be that continuity there for those associate principals for a couple of years, 2 to 3 years. And we want to do a deep dive with them on how to create a budget, how to create a great master schedule. And as Ed's over them and observing them and what they're doing, he can help them. And so it's a learning process for them. So we're excited about that. It will be one budget. Ed will be over that whole budget. But again, he'll be sending out those blank budgets to his team and saying, work on that. I did that once with my AP, and he came back and he goes, I got 28 more teachers than you. I don't know why you're having a problem. I go, well, you have no secretaries, you have no kitchen, and you have no maintenance. Are you doing all those jobs? And he goes, oh, I didn't know I had to do that. And I'm like, yeah, you got to do it all. So it's kind of a wake up for them, and that's what Ed will walk through with this group. It's going to be great for the principals, those associate principals, to have someone walk them through this process. The 3 academies, I want to talk a little bit about going back to the April 13th meeting. I rewatched that video a few times, and recently I watched it again. And teacher teams and looping. I know Ms. Gittens on that taping that day talked about looping with the students. So that's one of our objectives, is to do that, to look at looping for these students, because there is it does offer a great, there are students that need that. They need that continuity of that same teacher. That teacher already knows them. It works in a lot of cases. Mrs. Vaughn, you talked about on that video also about the articulation between levels, that you had that where you came from. And so we really want to put that in place and make sure that articulation happens. Just because the building is spread out, the buildings are a little bit spread out, and they're really not. After I've walked it a few times now, it's actually a good little exercise, but it's not that far. It's not probably like a high school campus that's kind of spread out. It's kind of that same type of walk. And so it'll give us the opportunity for those teachers to meet, and that articulation will still be there. So thank you for that. I was going to talk about Ed and his vision for the traffic flow. He has timed it out, looked at where the kids could go, and I said, everything I threw at Ed the other day when we walked, I said, Ed, well, what about if you have a first grader, and then they have a fourth grader, and then they have an eighth grader? And he goes, got a plan. This is what we're doing, where they're meeting up. This is how they're getting there. Everything I came at him with, he had a plan for. So he has really spent the time thinking about this and preparing for this. On our next slide, again, the renovation, and it said, the science wing, some elective classes. If you walk out there, if I took pictures, even the brick, they've whitewashed them right now, and then they're going to paint them. It's going to be a nice light gray at the bottom and a light white at the top, so it's going to be very bright. Taking down the extra trees around there and trimming them up, the dead ones that weren't, they had a lot of limbs missing and kind of leaning over. All that's been cleaned up. It looks so bright and airy out there. It's completely a new building. It really is, to the walls, that all those collapsible walls are gone, and metal studs are in between, and they're putting them up and doing a great job with that. The presence of the Performing Arts Center. I got really excited when we walked outside, and Ed goes, hey, did you notice all the trees along this one path are gone? And it's where the racquetball courts are right there. And I said, yeah, I said, why did you take those down? He goes, that's going to be open to the community and for everybody to see. That's where our Performing Arts Center is going to be. He's rethought about it, because we were going to put it in between, kind of where that bus ramp was that he was talking about. And correct me, Ed, if I'm saying it wrong, but in that bus ramp, he said, no, I need that. I need that for parent pickup. And he said, but what I don't need is that art center right there, because when we're going to perform and our kids are going to perform, they'll have time to get over there. He put his theater right there on that side, and the big door rolls up, and the kids can take the props out. He thought through that, and they have a huge prop. They broke one of the rooms down to cut almost a quarter of it off. And so all the props go right there, right out the door to the Performing Arts Center, and yet the community can also use the Performing Arts Center. So it's very well thought out, and as things come up and he sees them, he makes changes or suggestions to our team of architects, and so we're excited about this process and what's going on.
If I can add one thing to what Ms. Mayor just shared, in collaboration with the county as well, we're looking at redeveloping the soccer fields that are adjacent to our school. On the side of the Performing Arts Center is going to be where we're going to have a paved parking lot that's going to be adjacent to the Performing Arts Center. And I've already talked with the director of the county for the Parks and Rec facility that we needed to improve that area. And so that's something that we're also in collaboration with the county. And I think once again, we're looking at big picture. We're not just looking at Veterans Park, we're also looking at the community. And we have community members that are there 3 nights a week for soccer tournaments, utilizing the fields within the community park. And to redevelop that area is really going to be paramount for the Lehigh community.
So that ties phase one as our vision. We started with a vision, we confirmed it last April, and we have been using that vision as our driving direction from April through today. And you're going to see now how that vision is becoming a reality. They've been talking about the VPAA, and we've got some pictures at the end to tease you with those so you can see a little bit of what it looks like today. But you will see that this vision that was established last spring is really coming to life in a really dynamic and amazing way, probably even better than what we even thought we would be doing when we first brought this to you last April. So phase 2 then is the VPAA middle school. We completed the planning during last spring and into the summer. Then we completed the design process. We brought the design project to the community at December 6th. We got affirmation that we were headed in the right direction, and now this year, this period, we are under construction, and like has been mentioned, if you were out on campus, which I got the privilege of getting the ed tour last week, it blows your mind. You just walk in and you go, it's not even the same place. And all of that is targeted to be completed this August and available for students. We have 102 permanent student stations that will be at VPAA Middle School. What? 1,002, I'm sorry, I said 102. 1,002 permanent student stations. This is a little bit less than was on the campus prior to the renovations, and that's because there are some classrooms that had been put in from the original concept of the campus to now. They had kind of half walls. You had to go through a classroom to get to a classroom. It was a very weird kind of spaces. It didn't allow for real closed classrooms. The classrooms weren't closed. They were just done through a partition wall. There were 3 of those, and we have removed those partition walls and opened that space up to make it one classroom again. We just didn't feel like, we understood we would be losing student stations by taking away those 3 kind of weird classrooms, but we thought in the end it was better conducive to the kids' learning experience not to be half in one classroom and half in another, and have to have kids going in and out through a classroom to get to a classroom. As was mentioned, we have and are completely renovating our science labs and classrooms. Our arts classrooms. One of the things that always kind of personally drove me crazy when I went on that campus, and I know when Ed and I first walked the campus, he said, those are going, and recently I saw it gone, was the art spaces had some cages. I don't know how else to describe them. Those are not there. Those spaces are completely open, and Ed has designed his whole elective area so that the dance, the theater, and the music for the middle school fits together. And even without the Performing Arts Center, they were putting in a new, improved, redesigned stage area. It's going to be a black box, so the whole area will be blocks on the cafetorium, and it all feeds into the back area where the dance, the theater, and the music are happening. So even without the Performing Arts Center, you're going to have this great arts-based programming at the middle school. And then we're doing some remodeling in the labs, the locker rooms, the gymnasium, the media center, all of it. Really, there's nothing on this campus, as Steve likes to tell me, Steve, our project manager, Hannah, is in the room. Nothing on this campus is being left without being looked at. Did you want to talk a little bit, Joel, about the student station capacity?
Unless we have questions.
Okay.
Do you want me to cover the theater?
Mm-hmm.
So we are also, I don't know if this is working, we are also adding a performing arts center. Technology challenge.
There you go.
Okay. We are also adding a performing arts center to the campus. And the main thought on this is there's one in Gateway, there's one in Bonita, and this community needs an anchor and a good area, and not just the box. We want to have a performing arts center that is state of the art. So we designed a 550 seats performing arts center. When we started the project, we were talking about 300, but after having meetings with the community, they really want to use this not only for the school, but also to bring the community to the school. This is a very diverse community, and I think one of the key points for a diverse community is give them anchors, give us anchors. I'm part of that too. And so we designed a really state-of-the-art black box theater. We'll seat 550 people. We have a very impressive lobby. We're still discussing the materials for those columns because they are really expensive. So probably Steve is going to make us value engineer that. And it has, of course, all of the supporting spaces, dressing rooms, good lobby area, can be used directly from the school. The props can be brought from the middle school, or can be rented by the community. And that one is, the idea is open it in 2023. The middle school is planned to be open this August. The theater is planned to be open next August.
So then we move into, Then we move into the final phase, phase 4, which is the primary, the elementary school, the primary and intermediate schools. We are kicking off the master plan right now. It'll take about 4 months. Clarissa's going to go through the schedule for you. But as part of this master plan, we're going to be evaluating what the community's needs are. We're going to be looking at the ESE and ESE pre-K programs. We're going to be looking at how to make that primary elementary K-2 program function together, the intermediate 3-5 program function together. And this is why we are here today, because we are revising the contract to bring this component into the contract. It wasn't originally part of it, but we really feel this master plan, which we did on the middle school side, needs to be brought over to the elementary side, so the primary and intermediate programs can be looked at as thoroughly as the middle school programs were. We will then go into design. That will take us about a year, and then we will go into start construction. And because we'll be constructing on an active campus, this will take us a little bit longer than the middle school component, where the students are not actively in the facility, and we've been able to gut it without them there. So it will take us about 2 years to complete the construction. We are leaving some of the portables that have been used for the middle school in the past and are currently being used for swing space. We're going to continue to leave some of the portables on the campus so we can use them for swing space. That will help reduce the amount of time that this project will take, but it still will take some time for us to complete this. We'd like to hope that it'll take us less than the full 2 years, but we just don't know until we really get into the project to know the details of it.
So a project like this, the master planning, we're anticipating about 4 months to plan. Remember, this is a full campus. We have a middle school component, that is what we are renovating right now, and we have a primary and intermediate education component, or the old elementary school. But originally that was a K-8. When you remove the middle school component from an elementary school campus, all the building needs to be rebalanced, all the classrooms need to be rebalanced, because now they have different occupancies and different seats per per SREF. So we want to go back. We want to, first of all, meet with planning, meet with all the stakeholders, and establish how many seats you want to have in that campus. That I believe we've been already working on it, but there have been conversations already. So with that in mind, we go there, we survey the entire campus, we create the drawings of the entire campus, and we master plan how to balance those seats, or how many seats we bring back to the elementary school that will work together with the middle school, so it's a continuum flow from pre-K all the way to the end of middle school. It's a 4-month exercise. It's very extensive, because it's not only rebalance the campus, but also we got to look at the cafeteria. Right now, the campus has 2 cafetoriums, meaning 2 dining areas with a stage. But if this becomes an elementary school, you don't need 2 cafetoriums, you need 1. So maybe we revisit the kitchen area. Maybe we create a whole 1 unified cafeteria, so lunch doesn't start at 10 in the morning. We go back to the blocks where there are middle school classrooms right now and investigate if we can use them as elementary school classrooms or not. If the ESC program is located in the way that it's supposed to be, if it's scattered throughout the campus, if it's working and sharing spaces with the other kids. We basically need to revisit the entire campus, building by building, and investigate how we rebalance the numbers. So this 4-month project basically has 3 phases. The first phase, or the part 1, is when we do all of the research and planning. We sit together, we establish the goals, we survey the campus, we identify the redundancies, because it will be redundancies. We identify the programs that we want to have. We know that this is an art school, so we don't want to lose the art classrooms. Then has a second phase, that is where we present the preliminary design options. We sit together. We most likely we are going to have a very extensive one and a very light one. And we sit together and we decide with all the stakeholders where we want to go. Once we pick that option in that part 3 or in the master plan part, we're going to develop intensive that particular option.
So the completion then of phase 4 will be to design and construct and then open finally the full VPAA. We will design and construct the preliminary intermediate programs based on our master plan, again, with our schedule to open in August of 25, and then we will open the new VPAA as a state-of-the-art premier K-8 program in all of Southwest Florida with community-based programming, 1 school, 3 academies, and a performing arts center. In terms of the budget, clearly this budget has gone through some revisions just as we've been going through this whole effort, and we've learned as we've gone things that we didn't expect, things that we realized we needed to do differently, like adding this master planning for the primary school and the elementary school under the elementary school programming. So we wanted to just quickly go through where we are right now with this budget. The phase 1, the visioning, that was done by staff, so there was no additional cost on that. The VPAA middle school, you may recall, we originally budgeted this around $5 million because we were doing a refresh. We were going to do some paint, we were going to do some quick fixes, and that's what we thought we would be doing on the middle school component. But as we really got into this project, we realized that we would be doing an extensive renovation and really upgrading the programming. So we brought the budget to about $18 million. It's a little short of the $18 million, which you approved in January. However, now as we continue to learn, we realize that we're going to have to update the budget yet again to address building conditions that were unforeseen, and that we, whenever you get into a redevelopment project, you always find things that you don't expect. So we will be making a revision to the current budget yet one more time. Phase 3, the performing arts budget, with the initial budget was at $12 million. We will determine the actual budget through the design process and bring to you this summer what the total project cost for the Performing Arts Center will be. And the primary school, we don't have a budget yet determined. That will be determined through the master plan and bring it to you this summer. And I think we all want to see a little tour from Principal Carter of his campus.
All right, so what you're looking at right now is, am I on? Okay. What you're looking at right now, first of all, is the receptionist area from the picture all the way to the left. As you go by, you're going to look at it, and if you're familiar with the Lamb School, the main corridor used to have some large, extra large fire doors. Because now that we have a fire sprinkler system throughout the campus, there are no longer any fire doors, and look at the additional space that has been provided for that picture all the way to the right. And the one that's in the center is also a picture of one of our classroom spaces that is currently being revitalized as well. Okay. As you go through, the first picture is where you see the cafeteria, the kitchen area of the cafe. You're looking down one of the hallways, and as we stated earlier, this is really a total revitalization of this school. I mean, it went all the way down to the studs. And so I was very proud of the construction team and Gulfport for their, really listening to us. We really wanted to see this to be proud for not only the VPAA students, but also for the community. And so they have done a tremendous job. And then what the picture on the right is a part of, the media center. I think that's the media center. Yeah, it's the media center. And so once again, what you see is a total revitalization of our school. Okay, once again, these are some more pictures of classroom spaces, and if you're familiar with the old Lambs building, we had a lot of fabricated walls. Well, they're no longer in the building. So you can see the studs there, and so we're going to have solid walls for every classroom throughout the school.
And I would like to add on the renovation, the way that we are doing it is at the beginning, we talk about we're going to just replace some floors, repaint. But when we got into the building, the first thing that we needed to take out of that building is this is not LAMS. This is veterans. So this is a new school. We are using the same bonds, but it's a new school. So when we got into all of the details and meeting with the school district and with Principal Carter and the construction team, we realized that the renovation needed to be more extensive than programmed at the beginning. So we are giving the school labs like they are in state of the art. We are giving them a whole new home economics program. I know it has a different name now, but it's the name that still shows on the plans. We're going to change it. We are giving them new bathrooms, new finishes, new ceilings, fire sprinklers. Principal Carter personally picked all the finishes, and that was actually a pretty cool process. We are giving them LED lighting throughout the building, no more fluorescents. We are giving them a dance floor that has the same size than the stage that is in the cafeteria area, so the kids can learn in the dance floor, but then it translates into their performing in the cafeteria, so they know their boundaries, they know their parameters. We're basically using the old bonds for a really new school, and I know that the contractor is the contractor side now. It's not my side, but I invite you to walk through because it's really a new school.
Okay. And one thing I definitely want to add, you've heard us talk a lot about the arts community, but the most important thing is student learning. And so one thing I want to hit home on is really we are doing tremendous effort of upgrading all the classroom, especially our science labs. The picture in the center is where it's like a foot trench. Deep trench that's was in that science lab. They're redoing all of the piping within the science labs, and so once again, this is I have to keep stressing the point, revitalizing the entire school, and not only for the arts, but for our academic endeavors as well. Okay, once again, these are some additional pictures. As you see the stage, the cafe on the left. Once again, you see, I think that may be, not sure which, but that. Locker room. Okay, locker room. Okay, yeah. So I'm glad you brought that. Thank you, Joel.
Nice.
And so with the locker room, it's true. I mean, everything was gutted from the locker room, from the lockers to the showers. And basically, you see it for yourself. I mean, it's going to be, once again, they're taking everything out and really bringing everything up to just like a brand new school.
And that is our tour of VPAA and walk through the phases that we are getting to this new campus. We look forward to answering your questions.
Sure. Yes, Ms. Jordan and Ms. Gittens.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the presentation. This is phenomenal. But I do have two questions, please. You were speaking about the possibility of joint cafeterias, because I know some of, like Calusa, they share the cafeteria for both of the schools, which makes perfect sense. But you did speak about the possibility of that in this dynamics. But then but you're putting in a whole new cafeteria on these pictures, and then the second one would, okay, so that's one.
So the cafeteria, when we talk about the joint cafeteria, we are talking about the cafeteria that exists on the elementary school side, the primary and intermediate school side. The cafeteria that you see in these pictures is the cafeteria that's on the middle school side. They will still be separate, but at the original VPAA, there's two cafeterias that kind of come together at a point. The dining space is on the edges, and then the kitchen is in the center. Because we now will have an opportunity to relook at that whole way the elementary school functions with the primary and intermediate, we can look at that space and determine if that's the best functional space for the new elementary school.
Okay. And then,
And I wanted to add, taking the stages out in there, they won't need those 2 stages, so we could add more seating for the cafeteria if that is removed. So the lunch periods would not take as long, so the students can get in and get out. So we want to be real practical because we've got a stage. We probably would keep one. We're still talking about that. We're in the design stage, but we would not need both.
okay, thank you. And then that was the other thing with the stage and the dance floors. So I'm thinking dance floors, and they would be in the arts room or the dance room, and then you're going to take those dance floors and put them in the cafeteria, which would then be a dual, they're coming right in and working on the same floor, but now we have tables and everything scratching those floors.
No,
Or is it
sorry.
just on top of the stage?
It's this accent.
just on the stage,
Yeah,
okay.
well, basically, what Ms. Eva was saying, right now, the campus has 3 cafeterias. 2 in the primary or elementary school side and 1 in the middle school. We don't want to mix the older kids with the younger kids. So most likely, the 2 cafeterias in the elementary side, in the younger kids side, will be remodeled to become 1, but for the younger kids, and the middle school side will have their own cafeteria. Then regarding the dance floor, what we are using is the stage. The original stage has wood floor. We are not removing the wood floor. We are adding a black material on top, so it becomes a black box, but we're still using it because it has the same bouncing that the dance floor that we are adding in the dance studio for the middle school. This part will be all related to the middle school program.
Perfect, thank you for that explanation, appreciate that.
Ms. Gittens?
Okay. First of all of you sitting over there, I want you to do me one favor. Sit back in your chair. Sit back and take a deep breath. You're not doing it. Because I know you're all sitting there waiting, what is she going to say? It's all over your face. I read your bubbles. It's okay. I live 10 minutes from Veterans Park. I worked at Lamb's. You tore out the cages in my room where I used to put children. No. No, it was storage. I want to say, first of all, that I love performances and plays and all that. It's a long distance for me to go to Naples or to go to FSW to Barbara Mann. I could think of nothing better than to have something with our students and other performances that would be in our community. So let me say that first of all. No problem whatsoever. I am truly as excited as you about adding something to our community that we need. Here's my but. My but is that priorities. We are looking at now, we got one budget, then it was increased once, it's going to be increased again. And let me just say this, I visited and I toured all of this. So I saw where you tore out my cage. But it's going to be an absolutely beautiful school. I have no doubt that it's going to be a beautiful school. I am concerned that we had a total capacity issue in the East Zone before we began this project, and that still remains. I am concerned that we have lost seats. I am concerned that we have at least 2 other middle schools that are, one of them was begging for another portable this year just so they didn't have to do classes on the stage. I am concerned that we're buying a Cadillac and we're still living in the shelter, that we still have issues that we haven't addressed. I'm excited. I'm not going to stop it. I can't anyway. I know the votes won't be there to stop any part of what you're doing. but I think that I want the community and everyone and my colleagues to understand where I'm coming from. At one meeting, Mr. Rickenbacker told us, and I don't want to get the number wrong. Is he here? No, he's not. Anyway, but he mentioned of 50, is it 50 million? Something, some number to expand a school. And we were talking about not just building from ground up, but how much it would cost to expand or build out from schools that we have. And I know that there's questions about that because, we don't want schools to be too large, but we don't want them to be overcrowded in the spaces that we have either. So if we're looking at, an amount that could expand Veterans Park or expand Harns Marsh Middle, and so that they would have a feasible and nice school, that's what I'm talking about. And I know some of you disagree with me, and that's okay. I still feel like priorities are necessary. This is going to be beautiful. It's going to be wonderful, and all that goes along with it. But at the same time that we have this jewel, I've not heard anything that would hit by 2023 that would relieve some of the overcrowding in some of the other schools. That is my main issue, and I wanted to get that out there. A couple of other points, please, if I may. I would like to see the total capacity of each grade level prior to this project and then after this project. I've asked for it, and I haven't really seen that. I did hear you say that we've lost some seats. We can't afford to lose seats in the ESA. And maybe it's just me, but we cannot afford to lose seats. We are not losing students, we are gaining students. So we cannot afford for this cause to lose on this cause. And I do have a few more, if I may. So I would like to...
Do you want us to respond to what your question is so far?
Let me finish, because I know I'm going to get interrupted and they're going to call time on me, so I'd just like to give you my questions, please.
Okay.
So that was one thing. The capacity before, what the capacity is going to be afterwards. How is this going to affect the capacity at the other schools within the same area in the same district? Okay, hold on 1 second. You mentioned the soccer fields and that you're working, Mr. Carter, with the county on that. Are we, because I've been asked this question, are we losing the soccer fields? Are they just being redistributed to give us parking? And along with that, the Performing Arts Center is in the back where those soccer fields, near that soccer fields. We've got the one street coming off of Homestead and a few side community streets coming into that area. Mm-hmm. If we have that much traffic coming in, there was a discussion before about having to have widening of roads. That's a question for you. Mm-hmm. The other thing is, we talk about financing the Performing Arts Center. And I had brought up before, which there was no appetite to follow through, but if it's going to be for the community, why don't we have a community organization, not the same people that always do, but a new innovative group of people in that community to work on a committee, and I would like to be a part of that, to look at funding. I spoke with, a few months ago, I had a talk with Dr. Santini, and recently I spoke to him again about, how to do this. And he was under the impression as well that I was totally against it. I said, no, I'm not. He says, well, what is it that you want? I said, I just want the fair and equitable spaces for all students and a performing arts center. But at what cost? So there are grants, and he was even saying, and I know people that deal with grants and funding and all of that to do performing arts center. If we're going to do this jewel, then we should be able to get funding from federal, from state, from local people that would be willing to, buy brick or do whatever it is that we need to do, that each time something else comes up, we're coming out of the taxpayers' money because we didn't think about this or we didn't think about that. So my last thing that I'm going to say is, when we do projects, the community feels like we make a decision and then we tell them. And then we try to sell it. And as recently as this weekend, I was listening to TV news, and one of the channels was talking about project that we're going to be discussing later on. And at the end of it, the person said, well, I think they've already made their decision and now they're asking the community. And I thought, wow, is that her own personal thing? I listened to that station later on during the day with a different newscaster, and it must have been on the script because the second reporter said the same thing. That's what I hear. I don't know what the rest of you hear, but people feel like decisions are made and then they bring it to the community to sell it. I asked the superintendent last week in my one-on-ones, do we have a process paper? Do we have a process for communicating to the public that goes, if this happens, here's the stakeholders, if, who do we present to first? How do we present it? How do we go back around if that part is not being successful? We are very big on strategic planning and strategy. So if at the least, I've talked to business people about this, and in corporate situations, you always plan first and execute second. And I feel every time we come back and say we didn't think about this, then there's an issue. So I got the clock. I'm fine.
Thank you, Ms. Giddens.
May they answer some of my questions?
So the first question regarding capacity, at the next briefing, March 29th, we will be here with David Cates, our demographer, who has recently completed the 10-year forecast for schools. And we will be presenting to you not only the capacity, the projections that we expect for the next 10 years, but where throughout by zone, so for the east, the west, and the south zones, where we expect new capacity to be added specifically in the next 5 years. You will see in that 5-year plan, it is very heavy to east zone. There is nothing in the south zone. I will tease that part, and there is some increases of capacity in the west zone, but predominantly the capacity increases are in the east zone. And we will have some options about how that is done, but you will see that at the March 29th meeting. So we are very well aware of the demands in the east zone. It is the area that we have focused on. It is the area that we are focusing land purchases on so that we can provide for that new capacity. In terms of the capacity at this school, while it is true that because we moved middle school and we moved a middle school into MM, and then we moved a middle school component into the existing Lambs campus, we therefore have reduced the middle school component at this campus, but we are in the process, we are increasing the capacity at the elementary school in this zone, which we also had a demand for. So it wasn't just that we had a demand, and you're going to see this at the March 29th meeting. It isn't that we just need middle school or high school or elementary school or technical college capacity in the east zone. We need all of it. And so the plan that you're going to see on the 29th provides for all of it and an increase at every level and every grade in the East Zone. So this plan, while it did reduce the middle school component at the Veterans Park and Lamb's area, that campus academy area, we are increasing the elementary school zone, which therefore means that we can focus new school building in other areas. Joel, do you want to expand on that?
Is this on? In regards to capacity in the East Zone and specifically this area, the statement that we're losing seats is it's kind of a conundrum in and of itself, because the loss, so to speak, is minuscule in the grand scheme of things. For example, before even came on board, before it was even constructed, the old Lehigh Acres Middle School building had 1,177 seats in the building. Mm-hmm. Most of that school's, well, not most, but a large majority of that school's capacity was in portables, 264 student stations in portables. So right now, when we're doing the reworking on the old Lambs campus, by saying we're coming out with 1,002 student stations, well, that's down from 1,177. That's not a very large drop. And as Kathy said, that is because we had to remove some of the hodgepodge classrooms that were put into that building in the almost 40 years it's been in existence, taking those classrooms out of classrooms. Are we losing capacity? Well, we're losing capacity in the fact that, you know, we're not planning on utilizing those portables. Everybody hates the portables. Everyone wants the portables to go away. But they're going to need to stick around for a while for swing space. Overall, before the new Lambs came online, between the old Lehigh Acres Middle School and Veterans Park the way it existed, we had 3,339 student stations between those two schools. When you bring on the new Lambs campus and even make the adjustments to the old Lambs campus going through the renovations, we're still coming out to over 4,600 student stations between those two schools. So
I'm sorry, between what, the new Veterans Park and Lambs, the new Lambs?
Between Veterans Park being one unified campus, incorporating the old Lambs building, and between the new Lehigh Acres Middle School building.
Okay, and I'm not going to question you about that, except for the fact that a brand-new school with 1,450 potential seats going into the East Zone would have relieved 1,450 seats from somewhere. But when we moved students into that, there was no relief.
In theory, that would have worked, except growth is not stagnant. So at the time we executed the plan to build the Middle School, which became the new Lehigh Acres Middle School, we can say, okay, we're going to have 1,400 and change new student stations. That's great, but every year our enrollment is going up at the school. So the snapshot in time from when we made the decision to build the school says, we have a need of this, we're building this, it works out. The next year, we've grown more. We're constantly playing catch up, and that's part of what our presentation at the end of the month showing the projections is going to highlight. In addition to what we're doing right now at Veterans Park, we also have the expansion wing that is coming online, not this coming school year, but the following school year at the new Lambs building. That's going to add another 271 student stations. In our current 5-year capital plan, we have 2 brand new middle schools slated to be built in the East Zone. And we have the K-8 Innovation School, which is squarely situated in the East Zone, all adding capacity at the middle school level, and the K-8 adding capacity at the elementary school level in the East Zone in the next 5-year capital plan. Okay. It's been the focus of the planning department to try and alleviate these concerns as quickly as possible, but as everybody knows, in years past, we just simply did not have the budget prior to us getting the half-penny sales tax, and that has allowed us to put more focus on our projects in the East Zone.
And I think we need to make sure we are aware of the difference in the East Zone and District 5. There's a total difference there. So, anyway,
Thank you,
I
Ms.
will be
Gibbons.
quiet.
So,
Yes.
Thank you.
So at the March 29th meeting, I think you will be pleasantly surprised to see, and I know that you have spoken directly with Mr. Cates in the past, about the demands that you see and the concerns that you see for the East Zone. We are making it a goal that at the end of our tenure, not the end of the 5-year, but at the end of tenure, because that's how quickly we can get things done, that we will not only meet, as Joel said, we've been playing catch up, but not only that we will have caught up, that we will provide a buffer of capacity in the East Zone to provide for new growth as it's coming on. So our goal is that at the end of 10 years, we have excess capacity in the East Zone without using portables. And we think that we've established a plan that, again, I don't want to get into the details because we're still working on that presentation, and I don't have that presentation with me today. But we believe that we can accomplish that goal within the next 10 years. So that was the first question. The second question, soccer fields?
And
Well, because of time, if you want to get me the answers to the others later on, you may. And so due to lack of time, if you want to send me an email or share it with the rest of the board, then I will forego the answers to my other questions. And I just do want to say that 2 years ago, I was told that in 5 years that it would be taken care of, and now it's moved to 10.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. And we are 15 minutes over, but Ms. Jordan?
Just real quick, and I'm not sure if they can answer, Dr. Savage or whomever, but when we're talking about the zones, East Zone, West, South, whatever, if we look at even Bayshore, and I don't know how many kids that we take from Bayshore, North Fort Myers, and take them over and drop them over the East Zone into Lehigh, into Harns Marsh, if we even took those and considered building the K-8 there, which Ben, they would love to have that school. They have plenty of property on there. They would love to have a K-8 there in North Fort Myers. The families would be happy to have their families stay in North Fort Myers and not cross over. I don't know how many seats that would free up for all of those ages because they're K through 8. How many seats would that, eliminate? And maybe it's just moving the zones, relocating zones to balance it. That's my thought process.
Well, and just, if I may, just because this just taps into the complexity of the conversation we're having. So first off, you must have been eavesdropping on a conversation that I had with the planning department regarding some of the growth and developments happening, some of the new communities that are built up on the north, that area right around Bayshore, because we have the community that's just to the north of us that has its own charter district as well. That's up there. So bottom line is all the above. When we talk about capacity, when we talk about the projects, one thing I wanted to comment on that was one of the things Ms. Gittens said that I do think is appropriate for the entire board, and I think is a fair criticism, is just to say, what is our process for arriving at decisions? One of the unique things when I inherited the operations area was that we had to go all the way back to when Dr. Browder was the superintendent to find process documents for how you communicate and get engagement. I think what it really gets at, though, is some pretty powerful underlying philosophical questions. And that is, how do we arrive at decisions in the district? And I think this is a real opportunity, as I'm going to be handing the baton to our next superintendent. It's a fair question for this governance team to ask and consider. What decisions do we bring to the board, for the board to formally decide? A lot of that's codified in statute and in policy. But then operationally, what do we crowdsource? What decisions do we make educationally and allow kind of the educational aims to really drive that decision? Which are truly operational, like examples of administrative decisions that we simply have to make that have to be done, and they're not necessarily, what are done by committee, what are done through board advisory. This is a very robust opportunity for us at some future point, and I think for the board to weigh in formally through, how we go about these, because I think what you've seen in some of the presentations is having to bring back and memorialize dates and former presentations and materials from former presentations, and this was the board consensus that drove it, and then these are the materials that specifically have to go back and watch meetings. And I think one of the things we attempted to do in operations in particular was take a regular project plan, like what people in construction and IT do every single day, which is first we do this, then we do this, here we do this, and try to memorialize, take it out of the ether of where everyone has their own interpretation of who blessed it, at what time, did we bring this, do I recall, and really iron out the very specifics of, no, on this date and time, there was a critical decision that was made, and here's how we know that. and it's memorialized. And then you can build on that process. And that's just one example of what is attempted. I know that was an attempted body of work. So thank you for raising that question. And I know that's something that I think is fair conversation. Probably not today, but as we talk about future opportunities so that everyone at this governance team feels properly empowered and that we are really making decisions as a district, as a governance team, that we can all be proud of and feel like it's a solid way of decision making. I'm excited to have Dr. Bernier's influence on that as well, because he's come from some very high performing districts as well and has a lot of those experiences of how they engage the community, what's the balancing act. So very excited for that future body of work, but I know that's something that we all kind of care and have a lot of passionate thoughts around. So anywho, that was just my one piece that I wanted to address, because I know we have a lot of substantive answers you'll be providing in writing for Ms. Gittens' questions, but that was something I thought was appropriate for this board level to know that we captured of this conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Savage. Pleasure. Ms. Giovanelli.
Thank you. So everybody kind of knows I'm a realtor, right? So I want to thank you for telling us, where the growth is, because I see it and I'm there every day. And thank you, Ms. Jordan, for bringing up the Bayshore, because that's a conversation I've had with Dr. Savage on several occasions, because I think that's where the middle school needs to be very soon, because they don't have one and they're traveling into probably like an hour, and that's when the traffic is good, and we know how the traffic is not so good all the time. So that would be like at midnight, the traffic wouldn't be bad. You could go to school then maybe, but so I think it's really important that the planning is where I'm trying to go with this planning, and I've actually made some phone calls like to the city and the county, because I found out that we really don't work well or plan together, and that is really, really important, because everybody needs to be, that's a stakeholder that everybody needs to be brought to the table for. And so I actually asked a city official recently, because a community wanted me to go to a planning meeting, which I didn't know was a planning meeting. I thought it was a city council meeting, and when I got there, it was a planning meeting. And so regarding like about 8 new communities going in more of the Gateway area, which is considered East Zone, and the community was very concerned, and said they had reached out to me wanting me to attend this planning committee because they were concerned over all the new communities coming up in the development stages. And where I'm going with that is that it was a planning committee, it was a planning meeting for development. It's not an actual, they act like these 10 new communities were breaking ground tomorrow. And so they were concerned over the recent media back from December, where they said the 16 schools out of the 26 in the East Zone was overcrowded, and they were concerned over the overcrowdedness. And what are we doing as a school district, working with the city and collaborating with that? Well, that's why I called the city, and they said, well, we're not really working together. And I said, well, why is that? Quote, we don't play nice in the sandbox. Quote. So I think it's really important that we have to change that. And that's that was the conversation that I had. And so we really need to look at where the need is, back to Ms. Gittens, and we should be building there. And I will agree with Ms. Gittens. I'm all about theater. I was probably more on that side of it than athletic. I think that might be obvious. But anyways, it's really important that we have all those for all the students. So my concern is the plan and the planning of it and asking for more money. How was that in the plan? And that is what concerns me, is that, we just, in January, I think, so we could be done in August, we committed to increase the budget because we wanted to meet the deadline in August. Now, well, this $12 million, is that going to stop us from August? Are we going to, so I'm just concerned over the planning process. I definitely think, thank you, Dr. Savage, that there needs to be a process. And we literally need to go down the checklist and make sure that we're meeting those and not having the cart before the horse. I feel like so many times we have the cart before the horse, and before we're actually planning what the end result should be, it changes. And I'm just concerned over that. my notes were some of the things that you said, so I just want to make sure that, that this process doesn't set precedents to future projects, because I don't like the way this went down. Thank you.
So can I make a comment about the city? I know the project that you're talking about and the planning commission meeting that happened. Every development that comes in for residential development in Lee County comes through our office. We have a concurrency agreement with every one of our local jurisdictions, whereby we have an opportunity to track and evaluate every development that comes into our office, and we use that and share that information as part of our annual update on our student capacity and projections. We did not do an annual update last year because last year being a COVID year, it was kind of an off year, so we haven't done one of these in 2 years. And when I say, so our projections that we're bringing to you at the end of the month have been exhausted and evaluate every development. It looks at 3 different things. It looks at development, it looks at in-migration growth, and within that means from one part of the county to another part of the county, and birth rates. So that projection is very comprehensive, and it includes every development that is currently in the works at every jurisdiction. So there is coordination in terms of we understand where the development is happening, we understand the phasing of that development, because like you said, you go to a planning meeting, it's in the planning process, and it could be at the comprehensive plan stage, which is very early. It could be at the zoning phase, which is getting closer, or it could be at the land development stage, which is very close and getting ready to break ground. So we coordinate with every one of our local jurisdictions to understand that, and we continue to look for ways to improve our monitoring of that process. Secondly, we did use and have continued to use the process that Dr. Savage evaluated. That is why we are here today, because we look at each part, we bring it to the community, we bring it to the school board, we make evaluations, we make modifications, we go back and we update things. The budget that is being presented today and is based on multiple phases, because this is a multiple phase project. This isn't just an easy build a school project. This is multiple components, multiple sections of the school, bringing 2 schools together. This is probably one of the most complex kind of projects for school development that you can create. And we are trying to do it in a way that breaks the pieces down and allows each component to be worked on based on the original vision that was established for the entire project, but independently, so that each one can be taken care of thoroughly. So I hope that answers that question.
Real quick, also, I had sent the community, there was 2 people that was requested me to go attend the planning meeting, and I had sent that to Dr. Savage, so I wanted to make sure that I expressed that. I don't know if anybody got back to them, because they were still asking me to go. So
I did speak at length to one of the gentlemen.
Okay, good.
who and explained to him exactly what I just explained to you, and explained the planning process that we utilize, and that we are aware of projects as they come in, and coordinate with the local planning department.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli. Any other comments, board members? Ms. Patrica?
I just want to tell you, on a positive note, that I am very excited for you, Mr. Carter. I haven't received an invitation to tour, though. I'm just teasing you.
I asked.
Through the superintendent, I will ask to come out and tour if I may. I don't know you very well, so I really do look forward to walking to school with you and getting to know you and seeing your vision. And I'm happy to support you in this, because I believe that you have the best interests of the students and the community at heart. And I understand the prioritization of student stations, but I also understand the prioritization, which is what I prioritize, of the arts, and understanding the tremendous positive impact they can have on the education of our students. I don't know anything about the arts, and if it wasn't for Bonita Springs Middle School and their Center for the Arts, my children would know nothing about the arts either. And I believe that it helped them socially, I believe it helped them emotionally, I believe it helped them with math, I believe it helped them with confidence and ability to speak publicly. There's all kinds of skills that they acquired through the arts that positively impacted their overall educational experience in math, reading, science, all of those other things. And I believe that community deserves to have a Center for the Arts and a focus on the arts. So I appreciate the work of staff, and I was much more excited when you ended your presentation, but overall, I share your excitement about what you're creating out there, and I really can't wait to get out there and see what you got going on. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patrica. Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so I want to say a couple of things. First of all, the way you presented, I'm on the Construction Advisory Committee as the liaison, and last week they presented Franklin Park, and they were just, RG presented their plan for Franklin Park. And the Construction Advisory Committee members are really sort of blown away by the whole notion of what a community services school was and everything else. And RG walked through the whole process, and the committee was very impressed by the process used. And essentially what I'm hearing at this presentation is a very similar process with a very similar philosophy of what is it the community needs? What do we put in here to help draw the community together? So I also want to say thank you very much for all of the thought that has gone into this planning and the engagement of the various members of the community that you have worked with. I want to thank you for your work, and I think for this board, we're trying to solve a different problem at this table right now than has been presented to us as part of the VPAA. So I think we need to just really move on, and we need to look to the 29th to get the context and overall picture. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Any other further comments? And I'll just say thank you for the presentation, and I also like the philosophy of working so closely with the community, involving them and offering them the ability to share our facilities, because I think that the school can be the hub of the neighborhood, and I think that just reminds me of when I went to school many years ago, and I think that will help us in our community in a lot of ways with the climate in the streets and the acceptance of the kids by the community. So thank you very much for that. And now, if you have nothing else, then we appreciate you being here, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do the presentation. It's coming.
Okay.
We'll follow you when you're... Okay.
I think it goes off automatically. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry for the
Okay, next on the agenda is a discussion regarding high school schedules. And Dr. Spiro, Ms. Oliveto, Mr. Simmons, and Mr. Dodig. And welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having us. We're happy to be here, and just want to reintroduce the panel to everybody. We have Mr. Robert Dodig from Human Resources, Candace Oliveto, Director of Curriculum Instruction for Secondary, and Mr. Clayton Simmons, the Executive Director for High Schools. And we're here to talk to you a little bit about our conversation about moving towards a 7-period day. And before we begin, I don't know if Dr. Savage, if you wanted to say a few words, sir, to kick us off.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Spiro. And, this is kind of a bittersweet opportunity for me to kick off the presentation. I say that because last time we had this conversation a couple years ago, it really was focused solely on trying to provide a different educational benefit after studying, kind of one of the challenges that the high school as a level we're experiencing across our collective group when compared across the rest of the state. But we recognize any shift in even schedule that this is a big shift for people and most importantly for our children. And I, because I've been around a little while, I was a student in the 7-period day. I was an administrator in the 7-period day. I've been a teacher in the 7-period day. So I'm very familiar with the 7-period day, but I'm also familiar with a lot of other schedules. And all the different schedules that I've experienced, they can be wonderful, but they also have their challenges. And no two schedule is exactly the same. And I think part of the reason why you see the diversity of thought around different scheduling methods is that everyone's trying to find the optimal way to help students and to do it in a way that is responsive to staffing levels and budgetary constraints and all of those things. So when I bring the 7-period day forward today, it's kind of referencing what I was talking about earlier. There are some decisions that, in this chair are very difficult ones to make. Would I be making this recommendation right now at this point in the year were it not for the massive shortage of teachers that we have? No, I would not be. If this were a normal budgetary year, if this were everything, where all conditions were normal, certainly going about this decision-making process, we would have gone about it differently. But that's not the nature of the decisions that I am asked to make at this time. Right now, I have to make very significant decisions that are contextual, related to our budget, related to our staffing levels, and related to the tremendous loss of learning that our students have experienced across our district. Most specifically in the high school, where the students who are there, some of them who are high school juniors, have never had a normal year. So it's a very difficult thing to bring forward at this time, but unfortunately in our jobs, this is necessary as leaders, that we have to make difficult decisions that we know will be very unpopular for some. But I think in some ways, because I've seen both the benefits and the negatives of this schedule, I can speak to those. And I don't ever expect anyone to think that we would make a recommendation that this is the miracle solution for all of our problems. This is the best thing in all ways. If it were that simple, I would make that. I would say it unequivocally. This is the best thing to do and there are no drawbacks. But I'm not going to say that. What I will say is that the team has worked very hard, this team of leaders over the last couple years, to really try to work through a lot of the known challenges that we as a district will experience in making this transition. So I'm just grateful for the team sitting there, as well as all the people behind the team that have really helped them unpack some of the issues. And so with that said, I'm going to pass things back to Dr. Spiro, and please share with us your work on this.
Sure, thank you. Well, first, I would like to start off with some exciting news. So yesterday was a long afternoon with all of us in academic services, and we talked with you yesterday. One of the challenges were attendance. Well, today, banner day. We actually broke the 9,000 mark for students being absent. We actually had 8,328 students absent today, which is the best day since November 9th of last year. So we were excited. Long way to go. I mean, we have a long way to go still in that area, but still, that's the best. And so we talked yesterday about all those calls being made and the efforts being made by a lot of different people. So we wanted to celebrate that because we celebrated this afternoon with the people doing the work, making those calls, and want to let our school leaders know that as well. So I wanted to start with that celebration because I would be remiss if we didn't lead with that. So Dr. Savage said it well. This is not a panacea. What we're going to talk about today, the 7-period day, there are benefits to it. There's certainly drawbacks to it as well. Yes, there is going to be concern from the community. There are going to be concern from students, from teachers as well. And we're going to do our best to talk about those and address those today. We're also going to do our best to share with you from the student perspective, what does this mean for a student? We're going to try to share with you from our perspective, basically, what does it mean for a teacher as well? And then we're going to share with you some of the key lessons that we learned. But I didn't want to begin with this presentation without acknowledging that change is hard. Change is hard. And this is change. Very similar to 14 plus years ago when we switched from a 7-period day to a block schedule. Same conversations were happening the other way. What are we going to do in those blocks of time with students? It's going to become a time for students to just do homework. There are all these conversations that happen the other way. So I want to acknowledge the fact that this is not easy. It's not easy for you, because I'm sure you're hearing from it as well, just as we are also. So I wanted to start with that. And then we wanted to remind everybody that when we were talking about the 7-period day, it's for next year. I think that was one of the early misnomers where people thought we were implementing this fourth quarter. No, this is a change that's going to happen for the 22-23 school year. That's when this will begin. And it's addressing a number of concerns, but the two, and Dr. Savage alluded to it, one, the national teacher shortage, and we've talked about it a lot at this table. We are having a national teacher shortage, and this is one strategy to try to address that. And then also, we talked yesterday extensively about the learning gap and the missed learning opportunities that our students have experienced over the last 2 years. This is one strategy as a means to address that learning gap as well. So this is not a panacea that's going to solve all the ills, but it is a strategy among many to help as attempt to address the teacher shortage as well as the missed learning opportunity. So what does that mean? It means for students, it means they're going to see their teachers every day. So it means that consistency in learning, that consistency in process that they would experience in the schoolhouse would happen every day. And for students, they would gain 720 minutes, which is equivalent to about 15 days per course, additional days per course throughout the entire school year. So Clayton Simmons is going to talk to us a little bit about what this means for students, and then we'll talk about some specifics with schedules with IB students, Cambridge students, art students, our academies. We're going to try to address all of that today. Mr. Simmons?
Thank you, Dr. Spiro. Good afternoon, everybody. So if I'm a high school student next year, what is this going to look like for me? First of all, I want to talk about some, Dr. Bernier asked me what keeps me up at night. That was one of his questions when he was talking with us. And I will tell you that my answer was, I had two things, 7-period day and actually attendance. Attendance was the other one. And it was my worry was the loss of instruction that all of our kids have had and how much time they have missed. And then the 7-period day, because, it's just worrisome. It's a change. But I want to tell you, we got some numbers yesterday that even added more anxiety to that, and that was that this year we've had 3,800 new ELL students enroll in Lee County, 3,800. And I'm sitting here thinking, what's the best schedule to address that? And, for those 3,800 kids, I can't think of any other way than for them to see their teachers every day so they can build on their lessons. Not seeing your math, social studies, science, and language arts teachers every day, I worry that it's going to be very, very hard to get them caught up to where we need to be. So that's just a little bit of background on what keeps me awake at night. As Dr. Spiro said, the students are going to see their teachers every day, which is a good thing. Right now, what happens if they see them every other day? If they're absent one day a week, they may only see their teacher one day that week, depending on whether they're an A or a B. They're going to gain the instructional time. Their classes will be reduced from 8 to 7 classes, so their course load will drop. It's going to make it easier for them to access their makeup work. They don't have to wait a couple of days to get their work. Content retention, a little bit about that. In other words, the instruction will build on it every single day, and rather than having to wait and chunk the instruction. And it's also going to do force some routines and structure for the kids where they'll fall into the same routine. What's the schedule going to look like? You're going to see that it's going to be 7 periods a day. Each one of them will be 46 minutes. And then, depending on the school and the size of the school, because we may have to extend lunch shifts, but it won't affect the blocks. They're going to eat between 4th and 5th period in this schedule. I know that what's come up is some concerns about school choice and what happened 2 years ago, and I want to address that right now. If you can remember, 2 years ago, there were 2 different schedule options that were proposed. A couple of the schools were going to pilot a 5-by-5 option, which was going to be a change in the school day. In other words, the kids would go to school longer and the teachers would work longer. And then the other schools would be on a 7-period day. So that being said, that was where school choice came in as an issue, because those kids would have had to choose between 2 schedules, or if one schedule didn't work for them, they could choose the other schedule. In this particular case, what's going on is all 15 high schools are going to the same schedule, and it's the same exact bell time for them. So there is no change in the schedule. So that's where I just wanted to point that out. Now I'm going to turn it over to Candace, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about the Advanced Academies and the arts.
Good afternoon. So we're going to start today with our IB program, and this really picks back up at hearing Dr. Savage of the work that was done 2 years ago, but also considering all the lessons learned from then. And one of the pieces of the conversation that was had then was our IB students and the ability for them to be able to maintain electives over the course of 4 years. We really heard that 2 years ago when we started that conversation of, well, that means we have to adjust our progression. So the assistant principals of those 4 high schools, along with IB coordinators and myself, sat down and looked at what would that progression really look like. And on the screens, what we focus in on here is a couple of shifts. One of the first pieces is that our 10th graders would be the ones who take world history, U.S. history now instead of their 11th grade year. So in their 11th grade year, those IB students would be able to take either 5 classes for their IB program or 6 classes, depending upon where they wanted to be their senior year. So one of the misconceptions or the questions that we've gotten a lot since we've brought this back up is, I want to be able to have an elective, a full elective, both my junior and senior year. I don't want to have to split a half credit. Is that possible? So if we look specifically at 11th grade, it is possible. In the IB diploma program, students can actually take one of their standard level exams their junior year. They can actually take up to 2 of them. So depending upon what they do their junior year, it opens up an additional spot inside their schedule for their senior year. So as our students are onboarding into our IB high schools right now, and even our sophomores who have not chosen their schedules yet for their junior years, they are still able to plan out both their junior and senior year that would allow them to have an elective both years. Now when we talk about that though, and I believe Ms. Vaughn brought this up several months ago, is what about our seniors though? This is the predicament we were in last time. We can set these progressions up correctly for our rising freshmen and above, but the seniors haven't had the opportunity to engage with this new progression. So where is their elective? We have a couple of options. 2 of them are laid out for you. One is, I'm a student who doesn't have a desire for an additional course inside my schedule, and I'm going to take theory of knowledge every single day. Or I would like to be able to maintain an elective course, and I'm going to do theory of knowledge on an A day and my elective on a B day. We're able to do this, and those students come out with a half credit of theory of knowledge and a half credit elective. This is possible, and we've worked with our partners at IB because theory of knowledge doesn't have a required seat time component. The requirement for theory of knowledge is that they take the course during their junior and senior year. One of the questions that we've been asked by families, teachers, and school administrators is, well, for these rising seniors, can we have them do it this summer instead? And we're not able to do that because our students during the summer, they're still juniors. They're not seniors yet. So we need them on their senior year to have that. They also have to work on their extended essay, which is a big piece of theory of knowledge. So it's important to get that on their schedule. Now, what I show you is a broad approach. That doesn't mean that each one of our 4 IB high schools might have to do things slightly different. And that's where we're able to work with each of those individual APCs and families to ensure that we're still able to maintain those pieces. The other part that we heard a lot of regarding our IB, because of the fact that that curriculum is so intense during their junior and senior year, is how are students able to engage in arts programs? We've talked a lot about arts with the last presentation of VPAA, and that transfers directly into our high school programs as well. And it is possible when we look at the courses that students are required to take for graduation and then the open spots, you'll see this student here is completely a sample, but during all of their elective opportunities, they're engaged in arts classes. Part of our student progression plan is a student who comes out with an IB diploma or an ACE Cambridge diploma actually has some general graduation requirements waived, which again opens up additional opportunities for those students. One of the things that we really recommend to any of our students entering into advanced courses is to take the HOPE class online prior to even entering their high school, because that's a required graduation piece, so it meets two pieces, HOPE and an online requirement. Now for our ACE program, you guys have heard us speak a lot about the expansion to all 15 of our high schools that they offer ACE courses. Now if I'm an ACE diploma student though, there is a lot of additional opportunities for me in my schedule. For example, right now our seniors sitting inside of our ACE high schools, 68% of them are engaged in an off-campus class. That means that they have finished and earned all of their credits necessary that they're actually able to take one of their classes off campus. This isn't a dual enrollment class. This isn't an on-the-job training course, and it's not an FLVS or an LVS. This is just a period where I'm able to come in later in the school day or leave. So Cambridge affords us a lot more flexibility in how those students engage in the coursework. So here we've got a junior pathway of where students would come out with the diploma at the end of their junior year. Everything they decide is decided upon their freshman year. So our high schools do a lot of work with those students when they're first coming in to decide which courses they're going to take, because based upon what they do in their freshman year dictates their sophomore and junior. The same is going to hold true for their senior year. Here what you're noticing is just a shift in the progression. So decisions are happening during their sophomore year, junior, and floats up to their senior year. One of the big lessons learned though last time was about students having to make choices. And we did hear earlier this is a reduction. It changes the courses offered from 8 to 7. And trying to be mindful though of some students out there want to be able to take every opportunity that our Lee County high schools have to offer. Two of them being at two of our high schools that offer both the Cambridge diploma and arts diploma pathways. We were able to sit down with those schools, the teachers, and the team here at the district office that support them and work out a pathway that they don't have to make that choice. Again, it is possible with our progression that they can take their ACE courses and still maintain 9. So on this screen here, you're looking at a dance diploma student earning their 9 elective courses that they're coming out with both their Cambridge diploma and their dance diploma. They have a much tighter pathway, so their courses are really scripted out for them, but for that student that wants to engage in that coursework, it's available.
Candace, before you move on, can you go back to that last slide? And you want to talk just a minute about something we also heard as well, were that students getting prepared for classes like dance and the time barriers that are in place for that. So like this, I thought the schedule shows a little bit about how our APCs would make that happen.
Absolutely. So we're going to look at 11th grade for a moment here. And dance was an area that I was not a dance major, really needed some dance teachers to work with me on this one because that was a theme we heard when we opened up that high school schedule email of what about our dance kids? They're dressing out. Here you're going to notice that ballet is 6th period and dance technique is 7th period. In our center schools, a lot of times those courses are taught by the same teacher. The teachers are excited to be able to have that as back-to-back because the students will dress out at 6th period and again at the end of 7th. So right now we're on an alternating block of 84 minutes. By having these courses back-to-back, the teacher actually gains and has 92 minutes with the students. So it's an area when we're talking about scheduling, and again going back to unique centers, that this is a general, but for those locations it's able to work for them and provide them more time with their students while addressing the needs of dressing out. And that's really important for our center students, especially during their junior and senior year, where some of them are going to be auditioning off for colleges.
Thank you.
So this next piece, though, captures a lot of the other components, though. We offer a lot more than just our IB, ACE, and arts programs. We also have our academies. And in the audience with us, we have our amazing CTE team that we were able to hear about yesterday. And there are more than 50 programs offered here in our high schools. And we got to see the advancement yesterday of those programs, and we want to continue with that. What that means, though, we get creative in our individual high schools of what that looks like when we schedule those academies. As we just talked about ballet and dance techniques being 6th and 7th period, there will be some of our academies that will need to run back to back. One of them that sticks out in my head that we've talked a lot about is welding. I have been asked more questions about welding and picked more brains of, yes, those are going to be those pieces. We have our medical academy that requires for the CNA that they are off campus. And we're able to look at that and make that work, because similar to what we're doing now is those students have 2 back-to-back 84 minutes. We'll be able to block some of those back-to-back, and again, because of them seeing their teachers daily, it actually increases the amount of time they're engaging with the teachers. It requires us as adults to rethink what do the systems look like inside of our classrooms, because 46 minutes is quick, but when we talk about those processes and procedures, we have been there before, but what we've learned is what didn't work and what do we need to adjust. That's where really the teams have started to talk to some of our teachers, hear from them, and going, oh, well, we just need to adjust X, Y, and Z. But that means if I'm doing a lecture on Monday, Tuesday's completely hands-on, and I know they're going to have retained it. It's that practice continuously over and over again, where some of our teachers are very excited about having that interaction. Now, in terms of I'm a student who just wants to take additional courses, I really want to beef up what my high school transcript looks like as I'm headed off to post-secondary. We still have our partnership with Lee Virtual School and Florida Virtual School. So that's an area where students, we continue to promote it. We will be promoting it again this summer. We are working on currently summer programs and what does that look like, and making sure that we promote that out to our students, that they can begin those courses for those who really want additional opportunities. Dual enrollment is flexible regardless of our schedules that we have. So that one is not going to be a concern there. And the only other piece that we have there that is marching band. Marching band is really an extracurricular activity that a lot of that work takes place in the evenings, and it is possible for students to still engage in that and not have that required daytime course. So families, students wouldn't need to feel like they had to make a choice. Again, most of them like to participate in the daytime, and again, we have in those schedules worked out how that could happen. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Candace. So if I'm a teacher in a 7-period day next year, you know, what is it going to look like for me? A lot of the stuff we've already talked about. They're going to see their kids every day. They're going to have increased time for students. We're going to work very closely with our academies to do creative scheduling. They may be able to pick up even additional time with the students over what they have now. Makeup work is big. They'll see their students the following day. And then, you know, one of the things I want to talk about is the contract hours are not going to change, and neither will the class sizes. One of the important components, though, is for us that remember going to the 4x4 from the 7-period day. You know, a lot of this had to do, a lot of planning had to go into doing this, and we had to learn how to teach in an 84-minute block, and a lot of that was PD and planning. The same thing would have to happen in reverse when you're going from 84 minutes to a 46-minute block. So what we have already begun the process is our curriculum department, with the help of teachers, and the teachers are the experts, as you're hearing, in a lot of these areas. We will actually be mapping out templates on how to maximize instruction in a 46-minute block for each one of our subjects. So we will have that ready to go when we start next year. As well, Dr. Spiro has already talked to the professional development department, and we're already planning training over our summer sizzling series. I hope I said that correctly. That we're already going to roll out some PDs to help our teachers prepare to teach in a 46-minute block. So we're kind of we're doing 4x4 in reverse, but we are going to have to put a lot of planning into it and a lot of PD with the help of our teachers. Sample teacher schedule. What's that going to look like? You have your before school time and then 46 minutes of planning. This is just a sample schedule. And then you have your after school time. I know, I'll go ahead and say it, this is a reduction in time for planning for our high school teachers. It is. However, it is still within the contract, and it does bring high school more in line with elementary and middle school with regards to planning. We're turn it back over to Dr. Spiro, and we'll talk a little bit about communication.
Thank you, Candace. Thank you, Clayton. So what you see on the screen is your communication timeline, and yes, this was a very accelerated timeline, and so you'll see how quickly we have moved through. And so you saw it began with some early conversations, and then this is a collaboration effort, obviously, with executive services, human resources, academic services as well, because it takes all of us to make this happen. TALC was involved in this early, meaning they were informed. They knew we were going in this direction. I'm not going to say they supported it or didn't support it, but they were certainly informed that we were heading in this direction. We worked with our high school principals, our high school assistant principals as well, and they knew about it. Then we put out last week, it was February 28th, it was last week, we did the video to teachers explaining the move to the 7-period day, what it would look like and what it means for a teacher and a student. We sent a video to families across the district as well, explaining to them the move to the 7-period day and what that looks like. We launched a web page which has ongoing FAQs, frequently asked questions, presentations are up there. I believe we posted our curriculum advisory up there, and I believe our DAC maybe as well. Thank you, DAC is coming. We had our district advisory where this came in front of them as well, and that'll be on that page. And then we had this email listing, and it's high school schedule at leeschools.net. And when we continued to put that out as an avenue for people to ask questions. So this morning we pulled some data for you. So at 7:08 this morning, this is where this data is true. We had 42 people email. 42 people have emailed to high school schedule at leeschools.net. 13 teachers, 11 students, 23 parent guardians. So a total of 42. Of those 42 people that emailed, 5 of them asked random questions, like I can't find something about my locker, teacher pay, somebody won't reply back to an email. So 5 of those were not even about the schedule. So we had about 37 questions around the schedule, and we're going to talk about those trends in a minute. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that we did, just as I talked about, we talked to curriculum advisory, district advisory, and we also had a student video that went out, and I'll show that to you in a minute in case we had a chance to see that. We're going to host 2 webinars tomorrow. We're going to host one for staff again. We're going to host one again for the community, a chance for people to ask their questions. That'll happen tomorrow. Of course, we're doing the board briefing here with you today, student advisory on the 16th, which then allows our APCs to begin the hard work. This will not be an easy schedule to build. We are losing an option for students, and we are going to have to do some of the components that Candace talked about, where we're going to have classes go back to back on them if they're a specialty class, to allow some time for that extended use of time. So that'll take a little time for our APCs to build this 7-period day. Also, they also then will have to do the official course registration for students. That has not happened yet. There's been nobody has begun the course registration, officially have begun the course registration process. That normally happens after you build your master schedule, you know the course offerings that you have, and then they start that selection process for the students. And that was a particular reason, I know, for the accelerated timeline on this, was also because this APCs need to build that schedule. So what we want to share with you now is the student video. This is a video that went out yesterday to our students. It was on their Launchpad, on their Chromebooks. I believe we sent it to you last night. If you didn't get a chance to see it, here it is.
Hey everyone, I'm Grace, and I'm Soph, and we're here here to tell you about the new high school schedule for the year of 2022 to 2023. Yeah, so basically, instead of doing an alternating 4x4 schedule, we're switching to a 7-period schedule. Yes, so no more trying to remember if it's an even or odd day. Yeah, that was the worst. Instead, we'll be attending all 7 classes every day. Yeah, and I know you're probably thinking, what is this even going to look like for us? But don't worry, that's why we're here. Yeah, take a look at the sample schedule. This 7-period schedule will have the same hours as your current high school schedule, starting at 7:05 a.m. and ending at 1:35 p.m. Each class will be 46 minutes. This will add 15 additional days of education per class, reducing the number of required courses from 8 to 7 classes. And it makes it easier for you to access and make up missing work. I'd call that a win-win situation, if you know what I mean. Now, here's where things may get a little bit more complicated. If you're an IB student, here's a breakdown of what your high school schedule will look like. Freshmen and sophomores can expect to take an English, world language, history, science, math, an elective, and another elective or an inquiry skills class. Juniors will take classes in English, world language, social studies, science, and math. For the 6th class, you will either take a language, art, social studies, or a science course. And for the 7th period class, you'll take a theory of knowledge or an elective with a theory of knowledge seminar, or 5 IB classes, theory of knowledge, and an elective. Seniors, you should expect to take 4 to 6 IB courses, depending on your junior year schedule, up to 2 electives and theory of knowledge. For the class of 2023 upcoming seniors, there are 2 options with theory of knowledge. For period 7, you can take theory of knowledge or do alternating days of theory of knowledge and an elective. For those of you pursuing a Cambridge ACE diploma, pay attention. This is what your junior track will look like. For freshman year, you would take English, math, science, and either 2 electives and 2 ACE courses, or 3 electives and 1 ACE course. Your sophomore year would include an English, math, and science class and either 1 elective and 3 ACE courses, or 2 electives and 2 ACE courses. Junior year would look like this: math, science, 2 electives, and 3 ACE courses. And for your senior track, sophomore year, you'd take an English, math, science, and one of the following options: 1 elective with 3 ACE courses, or 2 electives with 2 ACE courses. Junior year would include math, science, and either 1 elective and 4 ACE courses, or 2 electives and 3 ACE courses. Senior year would look like this: English, math, science, social studies, and either 1 elective and 2 ACE courses, or 2 electives and 1 ACE course. We hope this helped clear up any confusion about that new 7-period schedule. And if you have any other questions, just email us at highschoolschedule@leeschools.net.
So making sure we had student-friendly graphics, we had students in there as well. It was very important to make sure that this was the student voice through this video that we could reach to. So thank you, Emily, and thank you, Irma, for that. So here are some of the themes. So I told you we had 42, and then 5 individuals who really didn't ask anything of the schedule. So of the 37 individuals who emailed highschoolschedules@leeschools.net, here were some of the themes we talked about. One was the concern, and this is from the students, concern about the increased amount of homework that they would get. Would this increase the amount of homework I'd have? I'm going to let Clayton and Candace talk about the grading guidelines we're looking at doing, as well as the fact they're going from 8 to 7 classes.
Well, this also takes a lot of planning, is what we're talking about. You know, for you all, some of us taught in the 7-period day, and what that entails is you know, as you're a student, you're worried. Oh my goodness, I'm going to have 4 tests on Friday, and what this boils down to is communication and planning with your teaching staff and the administration to make sure you're planning out the schedule so that we're not doing all the homework on one night and that we're not doing all of our assessments on the same day. And that's going to be a collaborative effort between the district curriculum department as well as the schools and with teacher input so that we can make sure that we're spreading out the amount of homework. And I do want to point out that they're going from 8 courses to 7 courses. So overall, the amount of work should be reduced.
Good.
So one of the pieces where we're really looking to re-engage some of our students and our teachers in the curriculum department in this year we made the lift of quality points in high schools. And we talk about the communication really getting out there. One of the other pieces we've learned from some of our other partner districts is that having a very formalized grading guidelines that has some best practices outlined in there. So putting that document together, so when we present back to the board this year, our student progression plan, that grading guidelines are actually part of that. A lot of times we'll get questions on, well, is that something that can be graded or not? And as educators, we have a lot of control over what gets assigned for homework. So in addition to what Mr. Simmons was just talking about, that puts together a comprehensive package for us as a district that we all can point back to.
Thank you very much. The other question that students asked, well, what about time in my specialty electives? And I think we talked about that. You know, the time in specialty electives like automotive, dance, welding. And that's going to take the assistant principals for curriculum as they're developing their schedule to start with those specialty courses first and then build their schedule backwards to make sure that they have enough time. From the teachers we heard, well, now I'm not going to get the opportunity to make extra money by teaching 7 out of 8. Or teaching 8 out of 8 to cover classes, because that's what they're doing now. And I don't know if Mr. Dodig, if you'd like to address that, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Spiro. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have teachers covering for other teachers. So it's important to note that there is no guarantee in a teacher's day that they have the ability to earn extra money for coverage. Currently, that's become quite lucrative because we reached the MOU with TALC, and we're very thankful for that. But we're hopeful that we have enough teachers in the future to cover all classes, and really the 7-period day wouldn't impact that at all.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, Dr. Spiro, do you mind if I just jump in for just a second on that? I appreciate the optimism, Mr. Dodig, at the same time, and that's the ideal piece, but I would argue, you know, we've as much as we want to address the teacher shortage in its entirety, the likelihood that we won't have vacancies somehow after every year that we always have vacancies to open up the school year is very, very unlikely, especially in light of our current situation. This is not going to be a magic bullet that will wipe out all vacancies. That's just not going to happen. So I would just, a healthy push on that to say that when there are teachers who really want to sacrifice their planning period, that's certainly not what we recommend. We want teachers to get the planning time they're entitled to for a sustainable lifestyle, but it's also a very common practice in our district, and it has been for a very long time, that teachers have the ability to earn additional compensation if that is something they choose to do, and quite often there is a need to do that. So I just don't want to, I want to make sure for the record we're not putting out there that that won't be an option, because it very well be a necessary option. I would think predictably it is very likely that we will still have that ability, as I know some high schools have double-digit teachers doing that and really want that additional compensation and are willing to do the additional planning outside of hours, or they limit their preps accordingly. So I just want to make sure we put both sides of that out there for this presentation.
No, and I think that's fabulous. So for our teachers listening, I think that's an important component, that there is a possibility depending upon your school and the situation and availability. The other question that came up was around world language and the opportunity to earn a biliteracy seal. And Candace, I'm going to let you respond to that one.
Yes, so Ms. Lori Brooks and I have really gone to work on looking at that one and what we currently offer. And while one of the pathways is for students to be able to take 4 years consecutively of world languages, that's just one of the opportunities. The other way is through examination, and that's through the IB exams, the ACE exams, and our AP. So when we talk about expansion of Cambridge programs to all 15 of our high schools, and all 15 of our high schools having AP, students will still have that opportunity to earn that seal, and it may have actually opened up more opportunities as we've expanded those Cambridge programs. So if there's a student where they really want to pursue that and 4 years may not be fitting into their schedule, we will help them navigate towards the other areas of examination as well.
Thank you. And then the other question that garnered some concern was the area for our ELL and our ESC students. And teachers wanted to know, is this going to reduce the options for our English language learner as well as or exceptional students as we move from an 8-period to a 7-period day. And I'll let the two of you address.
So one of the pieces that has come out as we've gone school to school and we're talking about what does this mean for their individual populations of students, we've come up with there's some misconceptions around requirements for students. And many years ago when we were on a 7-period day, students who were coming in and English wasn't their first language, they took an English class, they took an ESOL language development class, and they took 2 reading classes. So 4 of their 7 courses were spent in English development. And we talked about you don't have to do that. There is not that requirement in there. We're able through our K-12 reading plan that gets approved by the state to eliminate that. There's only a need for the 1. So by opening up that 1 elective back, that made all the world that for those students, they have the opportunity to engage in elective courses. When we're really thinking about onboarding those students and immersing them into the culture, that's important. Not that the reading is not, but that's not necessarily where they're picking up some of those conversational pieces there. So this is the benefit of going to each of our schools, as we will continue to do, to talk about those programs that are there. In terms of our students, ESE, we will continue to work with our partners. Ms. Bowen, her team goes out, do flexible scheduling. That will still continue. We will look at the requirements that are needed for each individual student to meet their IEPs and balance that with graduation requirements as well.
Thank you, Candace. And then the final theme from teachers were the concern that they're losing planning. Every day they're losing the amount of time that they would have planning. And yes, they are losing an overall amount of time for planning per day. So right now, if I'm a teacher and I'm teaching in a block schedule, a student's day is 6.5 hours. The way the teachers have their schedule right now, if they were not going to give up their planning period, but they were going to teach to 3 out of 4, teachers right now in high school teach 4 hours and 20 minutes in a 6.5 hour student day. And so that's the amount of time they're teaching now. With the block of if we're moving to a 7-period day, certainly that's going to be reduced per day because of the movement to senior students every day. We would acknowledge and say, yes, that is one of the considerations that's not appealing for teachers as they move to the 7-period day. So we've talked a lot about the IB and ACE schedule, and we want to put in context for you what that means overall for the school district. And so we've created this slide, and what you see are 100 mortar boards. So each mortar board represents 1% of the graduating class from last year, totaling, with 100 mortar boards, 100% of our graduates. So that's a representation of 100% of our graduates. Each mortar board represents 1%. Last year's graduating class with their numbers. So last year's graduating class for the number of IB students who graduated with an IB diploma is 4.2% of our graduating class from our IB schools when we look at our overall graduating class from last year. When we look at our ACE Cambridge students graduating with an ACE Cambridge diploma, 6.3% of the overall graduating class from last year is ACE diploma. So 10.5% of our graduating class graduated with a diploma in advanced academics. That leaves for the rest of last year's graduating class 89.5% traditional students. So I just want to put that in context because we did spend a lot of time going over international baccalaureate students. It's important for them. Our ACE Cambridge students, it's important for them as well as the art students. But we also have a large segment of our traditional population that this impacts as well outside of just our IB and our ACE students. The other piece of data that we want to share with you, and Candace talked about it earlier in her presentation, but we want to put in context. Right now, these are this year's numbers for our seniors who are off campus for 1 or more class periods. Seniors right now off campus, 1 or more class periods.
So looking at the chart that we have here, and just going back to again to clarify, off-campus is just an off-campus period. It is not dual enrollment. It is not on-the-job training. It is not any of our FLVS or LVS courses, and that's really important because we have a lot of students that go above and beyond. But right now, and this was polled on February 18th, 46% of our seniors currently have one or more, they may have up to two, off campus. So when we do talk about that reduction of going from 8 to 7, right now almost half of our students are not taking those 8 opportunities. And when we look at some of our individual high schools, we're at the upwards of 65% at some of our high schools. And when we break this out to our programs, I know I shared earlier, but for our ACE programs, that's 68% of those students. At IB, it is 28%, and at Arts, it's 53%. So when we're thinking about all those pieces and just putting it back into context, because again, we know how important it is for students to be afforded multiple opportunities, and the teams, along with the schools, especially the APCs, are committed to making sure that students still are afforded those opportunities, but also putting it in context for our public and for our stakeholders. How many of our students right now take advantage, though, of being able to have an off-campus period during their senior year?
Thank you. So we tried to capitalize on all the questions that we heard during the course of this accelerated time frame, but we know we've probably missed some questions that you've heard from individuals as well. So we'd like to take this moment and open up for questions and do our best to answer the questions. We may have to say to you, we don't know. We're going to have to come back to you and find the answer depending upon what the question is. So thank you very much.
Then Ms. Vaughn.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the student version of the presentation. And as we discussed when we spoke in my situation, personally, I think that should have gone out first. It's simple, it's easy, and everyone would have understood where we were going, and then build to the more academic and technical explanations. We always start simple and then go big. A couple of the things that I've heard from teachers is that we, as a district, have talked a lot about the fact that going to the 4x4 is going to save us 140, the number 140 was thrown out there, whatever, of teachers. And actually, like if we looked at the vacancy list from last week that we received, of high school vacancies are only a portion of that whole list. If you looked at last week's, I think 103 vacancies and 34 were high school. So their concern is if this happens, that they are going to be surplused and have to go to teach at other levels of which they are not certified, et cetera, and it goes on from there. So I would like you to address that.
Sure. And we'll do it in tandem with Mr. Dodig. I would first like to say that certainly we need the teachers. So I want to make sure everyone is clear. We need teachers because schools stopped advertising as well, knowing that when they had got positions that they couldn't even fill, so they didn't even advertise for all the vacancies that they had. Specifically, I'm talking about at the secondary level. So I know we're going to need everyone we have, but let's just say in the scenario you're talking about, where all of a sudden we have every single certified teacher is filled in every classroom of all 15 high schools in Lee County, what would happen if we did have some teachers that were not able to fill those classrooms?
So thank you, Dr. Spiro. In that scenario, teachers that have continuing contracts and professional services contracts would be put on a surplus list if they were surplused. Annual contract teachers would not. The process is different. They would be afforded the opportunity to apply for positions in the district. That's contractually how it works. I agree with Dr. Spiro's initial comment, which is there will be a teaching job for everyone. So I understand the fear. I hear it. but we've been talking, at least since I came here in September, that we can't find enough teachers every day in all of our schools. So along with Dr. Savage's comment earlier, there will be places for people to teach.
And I think their concern was not that they wouldn't have a spot, but they wouldn't have a spot in a high school is the issue. I've got
Ms.
two
Gibbs, if I just may, I just have to, because I just want to make sure it's so important our teachers hear this message clearly. You can't make any judgments about the present vacancy piece, because we know that every single summer we have hundreds of vacancies, hundreds, and we have to recruit so many teachers just to try to fill so that we can open the year. So any thought that this is somehow going to eliminate or make them out of it, especially during the current, it's just not even plausible. If we came to that point, it would be a miraculous opportunity, and we would find a way to make it work because the need is so great. There's just so much. So I just don't even want this to appear as if it's even a remote possibility, because just from the numbers alone, it simply isn't. It's just if people were to extrapolate the present on that judgment, that number is just, it doesn't bear against any historical numbers that we've had, and that's for a very long time, barring a huge economic collapse or something along those pieces. It just, we have not experienced that type of experience.
Well, I'm just relaying one of their concerns.
I'm the messenger.
Yeah, I'm already dead.
Yes.
Right? Okay, two other quick things. One, listening to the academic layout of this and how it's going to work, especially Ms. Acevedo's presentation, is going to put a lot of pressure on ninth grade. I know when I was teaching high school, and we always used to teach that ninth grade is so very important, because if you miss a credit, then you're making it up the rest of the 3 years. This is going to increase that so much more. In other words, if you mess up on a subject in ninth grade, you may not be able to do the extracurricular and all that in the other 3 years. So if you can address that, and then I have one more quick one.
That's a quick answer. The students need 24 credits to graduate. The 7-period day over 4 years affords them 28 credits over those 4 years. So there is some room inside of that schedule to make up if they've lost any.
Okay, but we are not encouraging you freshmen.
We are absolutely not encouraging that. Thank you for that commercial.
And the last one, I was teaching when we were at 7 and went to 4. Thought I was going to die, you know. It's like, oh no, you're changing the schedule, what's going to happen? Do we have data, and I know it's kind of foggy because of COVID in the middle, but the question I received, that what data or what proof do we have that going back to the 7 is going to give us what we need at this point, when we went from the 7 to the 4, the need was there, but it was not nearly at the level of need that we have now. Do you understand what I'm asking?
I do understand what you're having, and I did not look at the data from 14, 15 years ago, to be honest with you. We looked at a number of factors, and I'll let Dr. Savage jump in as well, but one of them was, well, we heard clearly from our high school principals as well, they wanted the students to see their teachers every day. That was a big piece. The one piece that's not being resolved in this schedule that certainly we did talk about 2 years ago was the amount of time, contact time, overall contact time. If you remember 2 years ago, we talked about adding an extra half hour during the school day, which would put us on par with the rest of the Big Ten across the state. This schedule does not do that. We are still 6.5 hour student day. That doesn't change that time. So that piece does not address what we had talked about 2 years ago. I will tell you, when we look at, and Dr. Savage, he talks about when he first got here, he did an analysis for the Department of Education. He looked at all the schools across the state of Florida, and he did in Lee County, shined out for him a little bit. And so if you want to talk a little bit about some of that analysis that you did at the state level, sir.
Yes, without, this was pre-pandemic. It was right when I came back. The same analysis that I'd done for the state. Basically, our collective group of high schools was the lowest performing of all of the major metros, and this was the largest 20 districts. Now, that's not to say there wasn't variance within that group. Certainly there were some higher and lower. However, the entire aggregate was essentially a whole shift from a standard deviation standpoint in the wrong direction from a value standpoint. That was very problematic. It's what precipitated their analysis of figuring out that we had a shorter student day than the other high schools, and that a very significant number of districts already do the 7-period day here. So anyhow, again, I don't want to say that that's an indictment of just your question about the data. There is no one schedule that has been found to have the positive impact that will deliver the best results. There are pros and cons. It's all about how you use them. There are 7-period day districts that are doing extremely well. There are 4x4 districts that are doing well. However, how you use it, how you teach within it, how you schedule, all those things are so vital. And again, I'll highlight one other one that we haven't talked about today. Our middle schools did a 5x5 schedule, and incidentally, our middle schools were in the complete opposite side of that. So while the high schools were a whole standard deviation lower, the middle schools were in the upper echelon of performance that was across the board with very few outliers way down. So that's, when you're looking at large macro samples of a district of our size, data like that just jumps off the page to you. And it certainly jumped off the page to us and the entire team. So hope that answers your question.
Well, the other piece, Dr. Savage, the research was clear on, and I think we all know this, but it's the quality of the teacher in front of the students that has the greatest impact, not necessarily just the schedule, which is why for us, we know that working with Lynn Harrell and the professional development team on developing ongoing professional development, we think that was a missing component 14 plus years ago when they rolled out a block scheduling about teaching teachers how to teach in the block. We're not going to we're going to fall for that mistake, and we're going to make sure that we provide ample opportunity for teachers who want that training to have access to it.
The last thing I have is questions have come up about different schools, and Candace kind of referred to it at the beginning, that because of school choice, there could not be differentiation. But if we're on 7 or we're on 4, and the time, the period that they're at school is the same, it does not impact transportation. You're still going to be at school the same amount of time. And so some are wondering about differentiated site-based education. In other words, if they are a school that has a lot of the career tech and that type of thing, why can't they have some site-based input into which one they use?
I'll be happy to talk about that, and then I'll hand it off to Mr. Dodig as well. So right now, it's 7 periods across the board for all 15 high schools, yet each individual high school has an opportunity through a process with HR. If they wanted to do something unique, and I'll let them explain that process, they can have that opportunity. Mr. Dodig?
So there has been and will continue to be a provision in the TALC contract that allows the staff with an 80% vote to waive certain things at a school, and one of them would be to go to a different form of scheduling. And TALC's aware of this. We talked to Mr. Daly when he attended our meeting. It's something that the superintendent, I don't want to say promoted, but certainly spoke about. So there is an option for schools, in response to Ms. Gitten's question, if they choose to want to go for a different model because of the things going on at their particular school.
Because we did have to vote when we went to 4, didn't we?
When we went to the block schedule? No, ma'am. That was
Okay, thank you.
management decision.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. Ms. Vaughn.
Thank you. Thank you. You know I have some questions
Yes,
and
ma'am.
comments. And one of the impressive things that I heard was that somebody actually remembered something I said a while back. Thank you, Candace. That was very impressive. And also the need for training of teachers. When I came to this district, I was at Estero for 8 years, and they were still on the 7-period day. And I had taught under the 7-period day, but it had been a while back. And when we went to the block, I was like, yes, because I had been most recently. And, you know, we, as I've mentioned, if you remember this, we did a lot of training for the teachers, and that is a problem. And so I'm really glad that we're going to reverse it, because now you have a lot of teachers that probably, especially the newer teachers, who have never taught on a 7-period day and seeing their kids every day. I'll come back to that about the homework piece. Okay. Rollout timing, and yes, I heard what Dr. Savage said. I emailed several of you, Dr. Savage, board members, I think Dr. Spiro, just a little clip that a teacher emailed me. It was Dr. Atkins speaking right after the last time we tried a 7-period day that it wasn't working. And he was saying that it would never happen again. And this, I don't know, this teacher said, Dr. Savage, that you were the one that made that report. I don't, about...
Maybe the data. I mean, certainly that was,
right,
I'm sure they used that data, you know.
Okay, that your name was in on this, but this was from a teacher, just saying. And all of us were here on the board at the time. We will never do it like this. We will, October, and I know Dr. Spiro, you were here, and yeah. So anyway, that was something the teachers brought up, and it is disturbing to me, and I kind of blurted out, you think, sorry.
I did hear you.
Said, I know.
She did cover her mouth.
I realized it was just one of those, like, spontaneous things. I'm like, oh. But that it was a rather hurried rollout. Now, regarding schedule, first thing, and I say this before I was ever on the school board, this might have been a nice time to talk about the 7:05 start of the school day. And I think I said this in the one-on-one. I know when I was at Stero, at first it was 7:15, and then it got rolled back 5 more minutes. And I know you all know this, that every single report, pediatrics, sleep academy, and every single report talks about the adolescent and the biological rhythms and the fact that the adolescent gets sleepy later in the day than most adults and children, but the sleeping late. Well, those of us who have been in a school or had to get a child out the door for a bus that comes at 6:05 or whatever it is, you know what a hassle it is. And I know I had some great first period kids, but I would probably have to build some kind of structure to keep that from happening on some of the kids. So I'm not going to ask for an answer right now, but it would seem to me, and I know transportation, Dr. Savage is going to give me an answer anyway.
Well, because this is a body of work we're already doing. So just
while we're doing all this, why didn't we address that? Why couldn't we have
we are,
done
Ms.
it
Vaughn.
a little later?
So let me just get you to the answer to that question, which is we began that work 2 years ago. We actually, because this was an important conversation piece, we know the research. There's no doubt that I was a high school student who worked, I did all those things. And it was hard to stay awake, and I was a good student. And so I know that is something that we've really looked at. Obviously, the way we choose our schools and the amount of choice that we provide in transportation of those choices is really what creates the mega transportation problem that we have. It's really driven by our choice system and the fact that we provide transportation to all of those choices. That said, among other options, because we've been evaluating these, so Roger Lloyd and his team, even 2 years ago, really looked at alternating some start times to try to help reduce some of the staffing issues that they had from buses. Well, we picked that work back up again. In fact, I took the information they had put into a spreadsheet to give them that work, and they are working on that as we speak, looking at that. So at least this board will have options that we can bring back that would be part of the board's decision-making process, which anytime we're changing start times, anytime we're making a massive shift, that would be something we bring back. In fact, we most recently presented to Cabinet one of the, really it was dusting off the old option that they had, adjusting some potential start times. And again, all of these decisions, you stated the video with Dr. Atkins, they're all based, these are not an ideal situation for us. We would not be rolling these out unless we absolutely were trying to use them as countermeasures to address staffing issues, because what I don't want to bring to you is what some other superintendents have had to do in other parts of our country and say, we can't provide transportation services. We're going to have to dramatically reduce. We can no longer provide it over 5 miles. We're going to have to stop doing XY special programming. We're no longer going to offer special programs. Those are the types of cuts that folks have to make, which fortunately we're not in that position, but these are the difficult decisions we do have to consider, and we are, as speedily as we possibly can, they are just massive logistical undertakings, and analyzing those start times, fortunately we'd already began that work, so it isn't like we're starting from zero, but that is actually work we're looking at right now, which is looking at the different tier options in our middle and high and elementary to try to adjust so we wouldn't need quite as many drivers and could still provide these options. But we're just not at a point yet where we can bring that back to this board at this time.
I hear you, and it's a darn shame that our transportation is driving the well-being of serving our adolescents who need this time. And anyway, I'll stop with that part. I took a look at the bell schedule, and I think I heard you guys say that this was going to be the bell schedule for all the schools. I see some issues with it. For instance, I just pulled up, I have a hard time remembering at Estero what our lunch times were, and I looked up what they had. Their chunk of time for 3 lunches was about an hour and almost 2 hours, hour and 57 minutes. The chunk of time on this is an hour and 24 minutes, about a half hour less. Estero had some built-in time between the lunches as well to clear up things and, you know, clear out the lunchroom, clean, or whatever. Mr. Simmons might remember more about that. But the lunch schedule looks awfully tight to me. The other thing that is not on this, 2 things. I'm assuming all the high schools have to have 3 lunches. On the 46-minute block, that class that has the split class, they're going to have a lot less than 46 minutes because they're going to come in, then in 23 minutes, they're going to, and they pack about 3 minutes before lunch. You have to fight that. Then they're going to come all back from lunch, and that really is going to be, I mean, all of those split classes are a problem. But when you at least have a little more time, like on a block schedule, and you have a little bit more time before you split for lunch, you have time to do an assessment or for after lunch, but it's really going to make that tricky, and I think that's going to be significantly less than 46 actual teaching minutes. And the other thing, I don't see anything built in here for announcements. I believe every single school does some kind of daily announcements, and the schedules that I have seen usually build at least 5 minutes into either the first period or before lunch, sometime during the day. So I'm just saying these things that didn't come to bear in what I saw, and I think are going to be problematical, because you know the announcements are going to take 5 to 6 minutes, and so there you have a 40-minute class if it's first period, let's say.
Fawn, can we address some of those for you?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll let Clayton talk a little bit about the intricacies of the schedule. But you're right. If you're a teacher with a split class, that is your least favorite moment during the course of a day. So I will acknowledge that. The announcements, some schools, and I'll let them talk about the announcements, but I know some schools have begun to transition to YouTube, where they do their announcements on YouTube and no longer takes class times, but students have an opportunity to access that through the Launchpad. Not all schools, but as people are starting to use the way students consume multimedia, that's one means. Mr. Simmons?
So you're right. Lunch is a big topic, I'll be honest with you, and there's been a lot of discussion with principals and APCs. So we're going to have to look at that. Now, there are other options that are at other schools, other districts, where they have spread it out over 2 blocks or 2 periods. It is difficult. It takes some really interesting scheduling, but it is possible that they pull it out over 2 blocks. So that way it's more spread out. The schools, like at Estero, where we had time built in between lunches, that will decrease, obviously, in the 46 minutes, so there'll be less time in between. Most of the high schools now don't have time in between anyway. They clean as they go. And then we're going to have, honestly, we're going to have some conversation about Riverdale. Riverdale's the one school that, I'm already, going to have conversation with maintenance and food service about how we're going to deal with lunch, and Mr. Cook's involved. We've already started this discussion of how we're going to do lunch at Riverdale. So yes, it is a big topic. We did it before when we had the 7-period day. It wasn't beautiful. It's going to take some very good scheduling, because you obviously don't want to break up a science class with if they're going to go to a lab. So it's scheduling the classes that will benefit from the break. Or the time in between. So that's how we're going to have to look at it. And it takes, Candace has built a really good group of APCs, and they talk, and they're very close, and they share best practices. So this will be another area that we're going to have to tackle. I mean, there are going to be challenges as we go through this, and lunch is definitely one of them, but we'll make it happen.
Okay, and finally, I'm looking at the page that says communication timeline and next steps. There's something missing from that page. What is missing is somewhere way up high, get teacher input. That, to me, and I've heard some of this from teachers, but from me, is a huge, huge issue. What happens is, by February 28th, district messages is sent to teachers. Who's in those classrooms? The principals? Yeah, they walk in. The assistant principals, they walk in. Who's really doing the nitty-gritty? It's the teachers. And, little things like, what are we going to do for announcements? Or how am I going to deal with my little things like that are the things that the teachers know about. So the other thing that disturbed me, if that wasn't enough, I was sent by a teacher a response from high school schedule at least, okay. And it had to do with, Dr. Spiro, something that you addressed, which was about homework and testing. Well, and of course, those of us who've taught on a 7-period day, we know you don't have to give homework every night. We also know, I used to give my kids calendars for units and, this is due in a week, get it done. And then you remind them every day that it's due in a week, and that's their problem if it's the night before or whenever. But it said, the answer said, we are going to work with our schools to work out a schedule. And I think it says March 29th, high school assistant principals of curriculum meeting for implementation. Where does it say teachers? Where have teachers been involved? Please tell me. Where have you called teachers in from each of the high school, from Academy, from IB, and it looks like you did a great job working on that whole thing for advanced classes, but as you pointed out, they're about 10% of our populace. Where did you call in the teachers? Who were those teachers? That's a question for whoever on the panel wants to answer.
Well, I'll also let Dr. Savage weigh on that one as well, because I'm not getting out of it. I want to make sure he understands. This was not a, as he has said, this was a management decision. So these were not. This was not a decision where we're looking for input from individuals, whether or not they liked it or didn't like it. This was a decision that was made that we're heading in this direction, and we wanted to make sure we gave opportunities for teachers to ask those questions as well about how does this impact me? What does this mean for me? After we put out the videos trying to explain what this looked like. So I don't want to have any mischaracterization that that this was an input tour of trying to get input on whether or not this was the direction we were heading, but rather this was a decision we were going towards. It's a 7-period day, and there was opportunities to inform and then opportunities to answer questions along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to just give you one quick little thing, is that a completely unsolicited email I received before any of this was even public knowledge that we were even considering any of this came from a middle school teacher who'd happened to be a high school teacher the year before that. And the teacher wrote and emailed me, I prepared the attached document approximately 2 years ago, and the message was titled Equity. I prepared the attached document approximately 2 years ago and sent it to every school board member. It made its rounds to a few other folks as well, and then simply was forgotten about. I'm sending to you today in hopes that some real change can happen in our district so that our working condition will become more equitable throughout the district. I believe that our current teacher shortage can be addressed by a change in the high school schedule so that they are in a schedule that lines up with the rest of the district and will allow the high schools to require less teachers, as each teacher will see more students. I've always believed in you, and felt this nice comments to finish. The point of me bringing that is that while we are focused on the high school teachers, this was a teacher who was a high school teacher, went to the middle school, lived the inequity that we've been facing for years, and that came from a teacher. Now, we didn't in any way make any of this decision based on that email. This was already conversations we're having internally vetting these pieces. Part of the tough decision making is that there are times when we crowdsource, there are times when we want to put together an advisory team and work through those, and there are times where you have to make very difficult decisions related to staffing, budget, all of those aspects, because they're all interrelated, unfortunately. And so I think that's what Dr. Sprout is probably intimating is, and we did meet with the union representation who does speak for the teachers' interest, the broad interest that they have, and they were very early. One of the very first meetings we had was with that group, just so they were aware and could help advise us accordingly. That said, we are deeply, I think that's the part of this that we have to focus on is all the unique, specific things that we hear. That is why teachers were among the very first groups that this was sent to, I believe, Dr. Spiro.
The first.
So that we could start to make sure that any of those issues are addressed, knowing fully well that when almost half the high schools in the state use this model, this is not an unprecedented something that we simply can't do. It's not an innovative model in that sense. It's very traditional because of that. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that piece of it, as well as share as the other side of not just the other high school teachers that aren't advanced, but the middle and elementary teachers that also have experienced this as well.
I can just finish. Nobody's saying that you're taking a poll, do you like it or do you not like it? But when this concept came up, what could have been done is academic services and HR and our superintendent, we've gotten together and we have seen that because of this, and this, we need to do something. Our recommendation is the 7-period day. And at that point, you bring in teachers and they will give you the back and forth, and maybe there would have been some things.
So, Ms. Vaughn,
because it sounds to me very authoritarian, and I understand the structure, but if we're ever going to give teachers the professional respect that they deserve, they, to me, need to have been brought in before it was announced to them that way, and it didn't have to be, well, let's take a vote. It was, we respect your opinions. These are the things, can you add or give insight? That's all.
So we'd like to share with you how we did get teacher input, which is why I wanted to share two things. One was I wanted to clarify that when we did this accelerated timeline, it was not to get input on whether or not they liked it or didn't like it. So I want to be clear on that, which is why I said that, and maybe my words were not clear. But we did get teacher input, and I'm going to let Candace talk about what did that look like. So various groups that did that for us.
So some of the pieces dating back to 2 years ago when these conversations were happening, we engaged in with those stakeholders of what would this mean inside of an ELA classroom? What does this mean inside of a biology classroom? Because those are high stakes areas where you need the time for hands-on and setup. And a lot of that went into these pieces. So when we built this, it was hitting a lot of the comments that we had heard when families showed up, but also knowing that a lot of those pieces we have the feedback from when we were engaging with our partners 2 years ago. Moving forward, though, very much to your point, what is missing from that communication timeline slide, where it says APCs for implementation, that's working out the nuts and bolts. But what we plan on doing this spring is bringing back our curriculum workforces, which we have not done in 2 years. We moved away from that structure, and we've heard very much so teachers need a part in that. A lot of times, we need them to work with us. So when we're out there having this message, we already have the boots on the ground in the schools to say this is the why. So teachers will be coming in the spring when we revisit our scope and sequence, when we revisit our curriculum maps, and they will be the ones helping to pace it out. When Mr. Simmons talked about having that sample of what does 46 minutes look like, they will help be isolating those out. For an ACE psychology teacher, it looks like this, but for a grade 10 English teacher, it looks very different than the physics teacher down the hall. So teachers' voices will be included as we push forward to make sure we really capitalize on those best practices. So when we do move into implementation, it's seamless, that it doesn't feel bumpy the way it is right now, because it does feel bumpy because of the aggressive timeline that we have. But it is just as important, especially when we're looking at the curriculum team sitting out there in CTE, is each of these areas has to look different. It won't be a one-size-fits-all on it. So I do hear you on that and appreciate and know that curriculum workforces are coming back. That is one of my big things for this summer. I know Dr. Spiro has heard me say it. Ms. Kelly Letcher knows I've budgeted for it if she's still sitting out there. So we will be bringing teachers back in to do that work.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for taking so much time.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Okay, so it is 3:55. So we will continue, but we are running late. Ms. Morgan and then Ms. Patrica.
Okay, I just want to say, first of all, that we are living through a period of flux. And frankly, to suggest that we won't continue to be living through a period of flux going forward would be
naive.
A mistake, because, in fact, a lot is happening in public education. Referring to what Ms. Vaughn said, there are things that we need to look at. We are going to be making, most likely, changes every day. Or not every day, excuse me, every year. I mean, the fact of the matter is we have two responsibilities. One is to make certain that each child has an opportunity to the best high-quality education. This change is being made because the only way we can do that is to make certain that there's a qualified teacher in the classroom. Secondly, I mean, from an absence point of view, I mean, it seems to me that throughout the district, everybody's lost a routine of going to school, being in school, and to a certain extent, this just, for what it's worth, restores that every day you're in school and you go through this process. Thank you very much for your comments about PD, which Ms. Vaughn reinforced. I think that is the most critical part. And I will say to Dr. Atkins, never say never, but I think this board needs to, and we all need to learn to say, was it savage? Never say never. Because I truly do believe that how we flexibly react to this particular circumstance and how we build protocols and groups to address these types of circumstances going forward, that's really critical. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Okay, Ms. Patrica.
So what is this, if I may, through the chair to Dr. Savage, what is the savings that we're looking at here?
Due to the growth that we're anticipating experiencing, I'd rather have more time to get the exact numbers. I'd hate to throw more numbers and then find out that it's either more or less than the exact numbers.
Okay, when we have that number, are we looking to put that back into staff pay?
Yeah, I mean, I will tell you, and Kelly's out there, so she'll keep me honest on this, but, my priority for a long time, I started this conversation in November, it is so vital that we put as many dollars as we can into our employees. And that's knowing that we have a lot of different classes of employees in terms of our teachers, paras, bus drivers. We're in bargaining, so I just want to be very careful, but I will just say that is the intention of what we are doing, is that we are really trying to drive the dollars where we need it the most, which is with our employees. That said, we are in bargaining right now. We have an established bargaining authority that we're currently under. That's why I want to know exact dollars as much as we can possibly forecast, so that we're not being taken, well, this number, then I want that exact number, and it could potentially hold up bargaining. We don't want that to interfere with our current bargaining ability, so we're working diligently to get the best estimates, knowing that a lot of this is forecasting with vacancies, what type of flexibility we'll need, how many students we'll actually have, what will that do, what kind of flexibility we have with the class size. All of those factors go into that. So that's why I don't want to give you an exact dollar at this moment in that piece. But it is millions of dollars, and it is definitely many, many teaching positions that is the notion behind this work. As Dr. Spiro said, this is one strategy, but it's a very impactful strategy.
I understand it, and this is hard. I'm sure that the 30-something emails that you've received have felt like a lot. And, I've certainly had my inbox overflow on other issues to a far greater extent than on this one. But the people who have contacted us have been very passionate and very concerned about the impact on them. I think that the graduation board thing that you showed is really good. I'd love to see how many CTE kids are in there as well, because that could have an impact. I also think that this is going to have a tremendous positive impact on our level 1 and 2 kids, and I suspect that they far outnumber our IB and ACE kids, so I'd like to see those numbers as well. I really, really, really hope this is a move toward a 7-hour day. I think that it's a little bit absurd that we're only in school for 6.5 hours. And Dr. Savage, you deserve significant credit for the way you handled the questions and the issues that came in front of you at DAC. I didn't have a chance to discuss this with you. I did call you one night to compliment you, but ended up texting you instead. There are some negatives to this plan. There's no doubt about it. And you have to admit, when there are negatives, you didn't try to gloss over those. You didn't try to convince people that there are no negatives. There are definitely negatives. But on balance, when we weigh and measure this, I believe the 7-period day is the right move today in Lee County. And I'll finish by saying that I have 4 teenagers in high school, all of whom came home and gave me their personal opinion about why this is the most horrible thing on the face of the planet. And I said to them, I understand, and I explained to them the teacher shortage, and I explained to them the budgeting issues, and I explained to them that, it's not perfect, but I support the administration in this decision. So I get it on a personal level, and I get it on a professional level as well. I appreciate the work that you put into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli.
Okay, thank you. So real quick, I think change is hard, and so I get it. I also can see the need. I knew the need back in 2 years ago, but the timing was not well. My most concern is stakeholders, because we need to bring them along to have their input and still make our decisions or you have to make the decisions based on some of the information you get from that. And when we excluded them, then that hurts us, and that hurts the transparency of the whole project. That being said, I'm a student of Lee County, and I went to school in double sessions. My 9th grade at Riverdale, it was like the 3rd year in, I think, I was in band, and in order for the upper class, 9th grade is what went to the 2nd session, and upperclassmen went in the morning. So we went to school early to practice with the upperclassmen. Upperclassmen stayed late to practice with the freshmen, so that we were all doing that together. And that was all done during marching season. You're outside, and that's like noon. In Florida, in August. Think about that. But we did it, is my point. And I think I turned out okay. I mean, I don't want anybody to answer that, but I think I can answer for myself.
It's your instrument.
But my point is, change is hard. That's all. And so I get that. And so I'm going to have a couple questions, and then I'm going to read what a teacher sent me, and then I'm going to end with that. But my concern, and you addressed it, was regarding a few years ago, the state had, regarding the high-performing districts and why we were doing it then, and having more instructional time, students in the seat with certified teachers. Y'all say quality teachers, but I know how important it is to have certified teachers. So, and that is still part of why we're doing this, for the quality of education for our students. My concern is, will this affect transportation? You don't have to answer that now. I just want to get that information out here. I want to make sure that we're using data that's present. 2-year data from 2 years ago was pre-pandemic, and that is a little bit of my concern. I want to make sure that teachers know they're going to be supported. That is in this transition, because that is what I feel like something Ms. Vaughn mentioned, that we didn't bring the teachers to the table. I want to really reiterate, we're going to support our teachers, because they're very, very vital and important into this change. The other things that I was curious was why I thought we were going to have pilot schools on this, or at least back 2 years ago, a pilot, and is that still possible? Could schools pilot it versus, everybody jumping in head first? And you don't have to answer yet. Also, I know that some schools do different bell times to keep the schedule for IB students, the 1 and 2 bell rings. Is that something that y'all thought of? That's all, and you can answer this later, but I just want to make sure that I'm getting those questions out there, because these are things that have come to me in my thinking process as well. And then I'm going to read this from a teacher. Here are some reasons to be concerned with the decision to switch to block. Timing. During the April 21st, 2020 action meeting, Dr. Atkins presenting a report prepared by Dr. Savage in response to a community outrage, assured the school board members and the public that any future consideration of schedule changes would occur no later than November of a school year, so as to give parents a chance to decide school choice with full assurance that later changes would not be made to school programs and or schedules. Please see the video. Why was this not discussed by staff in November? ? As I say many times, you are the experts. In the spirit of transparency, do you believe in doing it this way without stakeholders is the right thing to do? It is currently March 22nd. Lee County schools have already held school choice open houses. Parents have already made their choices. Assistant principals have already formed schedules, held class meetings, and collected schedule requests from students for next school year. The current time is not appropriate for this change. We were promised transparency, assured the decision would be better planned. This decision should not be made at this time. Our new superintendent will be better prepared to plan accordingly for a November decision if desired. By reaching the number of yearly credits from 8 credits each year to 7 credits, lower level students in the bottom percent, as well as ESOL and ESE students, will lose their opportunity to take electives, especially the career or college-bound electives such as plumbing, automotive, welding, etc. A typical high school schedule for one of these students will look like this: math, English, science, social studies, remedial reading, remedial math, learning strategies, or ESOL support. The loss of the 8th credit means a loss of the opportunity to take an elective. There will also be no credit open to allow time for credit retrieval or virtual learning, Florida virtual learning at school during school time. After school tutoring will be required of our students who will work to support their families, summer school and tutoring, requiring additional teacher pay and activity buses will become realities for students who desperately need the time to make income. Please advocate for these students. Teachers are hearing a surpluses. It's disrespectful to switch a teacher's school without input. Many teachers quit when it's It occurred at the end of 2020. As you are aware, it's horrible for an employee or morale will create even more vacancies, not less. The change scheduling creates surpluses to fill vacancies and abhorrent, especially with input from teachers in our union. Block scheduling works. Site-based decision-making works. Keep promises works. Are we making it about kids? Question mark. Are we making it honest to the stakeholders? Are we really being honest with ourselves? Thank you.
Thank you.
You can answer those questions later, but thank you.
Thank you.
Wanted to be the voice for those that didn't get to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli.
I'm really going to be really quick.
Okay.
Thank you for reading that. Dr. Spiro was aware of a lot of those questions, and I think that you had answered a lot of those questions, so thank you for including that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. And I'll just ask, will you qualify for the lower 25%? Is it still required for them to take an additional reading in math?
So what's required in statute is that we provide interventions for those students. We delineate what those interventions look like. So we utilize it in that course, but that would not mean an additional blocking. Students would then have reading on the daily pieces. And we are already working with reading teachers and teams of what those rotations would look like. So again, I just want to make very clear for anyone out there, legislation does not require a course, it requires interventions. And as a district, we get to decide what those interventions look like through our K-12 reading plan.
Well, that's good. Change is constant and inevitable. I think we've had a lot of changes over the last couple of years. I think we have had a lot of learning loss, yes, but kids have learned a lot of other coping mechanisms. And we still have over 8,000 kids absent. So this is not going to be a panacea or the end-all be-all answer. But I do support it, and I do agree that kids need to see their teachers every day. I appreciated the graphs showing the small percentage of IB and ACE students. I wish that there had been a little bit more equity in talking about some of the other groups that are more populated, and we do have such a diverse population now. This is going to be hard, and I appreciate the work. I will say this, a week ago Monday, when I had my one-on-one and talked with you guys, I was of the impression that we were going to make videos and get the message out, and that we were going to get some kind of public buy-in before we made the announcement. That was Monday, late in the morning. Tuesday morning, I got up and turned on the news, and it said, oh, Lee County schools are changing their schedule. I almost fell over, because I think a big issue, and I've been saying this for the 40 years I've been in this district or longer, that communication is important, and the way we tell the story and the way we give the message is very important. And when we make decisions that we have to make, because that's our responsibility, that's okay. But we have to communicate it to the stakeholders in a way that is acceptable and that prepares them somewhat for, you know, the end result. So we'll continue working on this, and I know it's a lot of work, and I thank you for that.
May I say a few words?
Yes.
Thank you. So I do want to speak from my heart for a moment. So when we were asked to take on this task of re-engage in the conversation about a 7-period day, and we were asked to do this in a very accelerated timeline, the very first thing we said is, we have got to make sure we get this information in the hands of our teachers before anybody else. And we have a 3-person communications team that worked through the evening to try to put together for us a quick video that we were able to get into the hands of our teachers before curriculum advisory, before district advisory. It was so important to us that our teachers heard this information before any advisories heard it. And we kept working with Irma and Emily to make sure that we could accelerate that as fast as possible. That was vitally important. Then what was important to us as a team was, once this came out to our board advisories, we knew our families were going to start talking about it. And we needed to get information to our families as quickly as possible to say, here's the conversation, here's the information that you have. Hence, the very next day, a video going to our families. And we knew, because I heard loudly from just about all of you, the importance of getting student videos. And that is why then Emily and Irma, again, a 3-person team in communications, worked with those student interns to create a student video with the student language. That doesn't happen just overnight the way they did that. We had the graphics in there to make sure that it was visually appealing. We wanted to make sure that we had the student voice. We had the student interns to do that. So those pieces were very vital to us. And this whole communication piece was extremely important because I'm a teacher at heart. I grew up in this district. I started off as a substitute teacher for a year before I became a teacher and administrator. I'm 29 years in this district, and I've given my life to this district. I have relatives that are teachers as well. So I understand the importance of input, and I understand the importance of teacher voice. And I wish we had had that opportunity to do that on a greater scale. But the timeline didn't avail itself to the opportunities to do that up front. So we said on our end, how can we fill in those gaps? And that's when Candace was talking about bringing back those workforce groups that we've had in the past that are teacher-driven workforce groups. That's what helped us when we first went to the pandemic. We did workforce groups with teachers. We vetted all of it through our teacher groups as well. So yes, I'm sorry we didn't get teacher voice early. I really am. But it didn't allow for that to happen. So we wanted to make sure that they had all the information prior to this decision going forward. So I just felt compelled to say that to you today.
Thank you, Dr. Spiro. Okay. At this time, I don't think we have any other comments, and we can send them by email, and we'll stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your work. Next on the agenda, and we are 14 minutes late, is the discussion of the proposed superintendent contract terms. Attorney Dupree Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to put the first contract on the screen. This has been lots of negotiations, lots of discussion. The board has been briefed individually during our one-on-ones regarding the progress, and there's been multiple copies of this draft. And finally, today, I think we are able to provide the board with what is the final draft. Now, of course, the board can make changes to this document and provide direction as to how you would like to move forward. But at least as of yesterday evening, Dr. Bernier's negotiator gave us the thumbs up, and all of the changes that were suggested have been incorporated as of this afternoon. So the first thing, I really just want to go through the major terms because I know that the board has had an opportunity to review this. The first major term that I would like to review with the board is with regards to Section 2. The first section, of course, deals with the duties and responsibilities.
I'm sorry,
Which one are we
Madam
on?
Chair, what do you look,
Sorry, we are on the-
consultant or the
We
what?
are on the
Draft.
employment contract, not the consultant contract, but the actual employment contract.
Okay.
The first section deals with the duties. The second section deals with the commencement date, term of employment, and possibility of elected superintendent. And we're going to take out that transition period because we now have the consultant contract, which is different. With regards to there is a note in this section that discusses the potential for an elected superintendent. I know this was a concern of the board. We did talk to Dr. Bernier about this as well, and he's well aware. And based on that, he still indicates that he wishes to move forward with entering into this employment contract with the school board, and the school board wants to do the same. The term of this contract, given that there is a possibility that in 2024 we may have an elected superintendent, it will commence on May 16th, 2022, and it will end once that superintendent, if this occurs, in November of 2024. Now, if there is not an elected superintendent, either because of the fact that the bill does not move forward, or the voters decide that they do not want this in Lee County, then this contract can be extended for an additional year.
Is it can be or shall be? I thought I saw shall be.
Make sure
It is.
agreement shall be automatically extended and continue in full force and effect for an additional 1 year. This would mean a 3.5-year contract, but it's dependent on the November 2024. Yes, Ms. Gittens?
My question is, I don't see anything about an overlap time with potentially or the possibility of an elected superintendent, that especially in that situation, there should be an overlap time. If we're saying that immediately in November, they just abandon the position, there is no overlap, which could be very detrimental to the running of Lee County School District.
Yes, ma'am. There is an overlap time on page 4, one of the last sentences in that section.
Well, I'm thinking on page 3, where it says it would, come to an end November of 22, of 24, wherever that is, that basically it should be listed there. I'm sorry, what are you all saying?
No,
The same paragraph, but it just kind of goes to the next page.
can I? I think
So-
because it's an elected official, so when it's an elected official, if that were to come in, just like when we were all elected, that day, there was no override, it's like we
No,
come in.
but I understand that,
That's
but,
how they're making this be right now.
okay, but we are going from an employee to an elected official. We can state what we want for the employee, we can't state something for the elected official. So if the employee is here, I don't see what the difficulty is in having them be here to make sure there's a smooth transition.
So the way that this is drafted, if there is an elected superintendent, on the day of that swearing in, that superintendent will begin their duties.
No, I'm not saying they won't begin. I am saying, are we going to offer the opportunity for, I'm sorry I'm disgusting everybody with this question, but I think it's important. Okay. I think it's important to the running of the district that if we have someone potentially off the street that has no experience in this, but has the most votes, they can be sitting in that position. So for the sake of the students in the district, can we say that we would have some time for them, and maybe the new superintendent would say no, and they're elected and fine, but I think it just should be there, because if it doesn't, we could be in a world of trouble.
So, Ms. Gittens, in section 15, we can modify that language if you want, but there is a continuing employment clause that if the board, and it does also rely on the successor superintendent, but if the board chooses for Dr. Bernier to continue in some type of administrative capacity, that is an option.
Fine.
If that addresses your concern.
No, it really doesn't, but that's okay. Thank you.
Any other comments with regard to section 2? Okay, section 3 is compensation. The range that the board advertised was $250,000 to $265,000. We were able to reach agreement for $255,000. Any questions on that? The next, because Dr. Bernier, this is section 4, is moving from Nevada, there was a request for reimbursement for travel expenses. This is something that's customary in some other districts in terms of travel expenses. So the travel expense would be $20,000 with $10,000 paid up front, and of course he has to provide receipts. Questions on that? The next section is section 5, which deals with fringe benefits. Now, I will just advise that This was a section that we did negotiate. This, the retirement investment account has been there for other superintendents. In this particular contract, it's 20%. And then the request with regards to annual leave to be able to sell back 6 days, that's also been in prior superintendent contracts, and that remains the same. Any questions on that?
You just go, can I see the next page, please?
Any other questions on that?
Hold on. Hold on. No, go back. I can't tell what changes have been made and what changes.
Oh, in this particular contract, Ms. Patrica, from the one that you had provided, there were certain changes that were already made, so you may not see your particular, there was a whole paragraph that was taken out after speaking to Dr. Bernier's negotiator.
Okay.
Next will be life insurance benefits, Section 6. And the request was made for the district to pay life insurance benefits, and this is not unusual. This is seen in some other superintendent contracts. The school board will agree to reimburse Dr. Bernier for life insurance for 3 times his annual base salary with a maximum cap of $2,400. Any questions on that? Section 7 is about disability insurance benefits. The school board will pay for Dr. Bernier's long-term disability insurance benefit. It's one of our regular policies. I do know that a board member had a question on this particular term in terms of whether or not Dr. Bernier will be paying taxes because it's the way that it's worded. We did have discussion, Dr. Bernier's negotiator and I, with regards to this particular provision, and I did ask our insurance and benefits director as well, what are the implications? Now, neither of us are a tax expert, so we can go and get some more clarification on this, but my understanding it's either going to be taxed with the premium, which is how this is set up, or will be taxed with the benefit because this is a specific type of benefit. So I believe, based on my discussion with Dr. Bernier's negotiator, he's okay with the language that is in Section 7 at this time, which would be taxing the premium.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't understand what that means, taxing the premium. It's either a pre-tax benefit or a post-tax benefit. If it's a pre-tax benefit, he pays income tax on the benefit when he receives it. If it's post-tax, he doesn't. So is this a pre-tax or a post-tax benefit?
So I will send you the email that I received because I think it explains it better, and then we can come back to number 7.
Okay.
Number 8 is death during employment. This is not an unusual clause. We did add that to the draft that will be coming tonight, that that we need to know who the beneficiary is, obviously, and we'll put that in his employee file so the district knows who to pay whatever vacation days, et cetera, that are due. Yes.
But then that means that we're not paying it to the estate. It says the school board shall pay the estate of the superintendent.
Right, but I believe...
If you have a beneficiary, then it's not being paid to the estate.
But there was a question as to whether or not a beneficiary should be listed, so that's why that clause is in there. So we can not add it or we can add it. This is completely up to the board's discretion.
Can you please repeat that as to what the addition would look like?
So there was a request to add that the beneficiary be listed so that the board knows, or, you know, the way that it's written now is it is to the estate, so.
Well, isn't there I'm sorry, if I may. Isn't the estate has an individual that's appointed?
Yes.
To handle the estate, so I don't know why we'd have to put an individual.
Doesn't necessarily be the beneficiary, though.
Oh, we can leave it the way that it's written, yes.
The point is to avoid an estate tax return. If it's paid directly to a beneficiary, then the representative of the estate doesn't have to file an estate income tax return, which is an additional pain in the butt. If this is just directly to a beneficiary, then we avoid that altogether for the superintendent, and I'd like to provide him that benefit.
Then let's make the change.
You want to make, and again, I want to make sure that everybody understands that Dr. Bernier had a negotiator who is a compensation specialist, who has reviewed this multiple times with a fine-tooth comb. That's why we are only now, bringing it to the board, because there's been a lot of discussions and back and forth. But I can do whatever the board, asks me to do, and I can give him a call, and we can see how he wants to proceed. But if it's to his benefit, the board may want to do that. It's completely up to the board's discretion.
I would like to make the change. I think it is to his benefit. It's certainly to the benefit of his beneficiaries. And you could say, pay the estate or the named beneficiary of the superintendent.
Yeah, either or, right.
Ms. Vaughn, you had your hand up.
I think since he has hired a negotiator who has reviewed this, that this should remain the way it is. He may not know who he wants for his beneficiary. And, I mean, for whatever reason, even if it's a boon to him to have somebody listed, he has hired somebody, they've gone over this, and this has been approved, so I would leave it in, just like this.
Mr. Bruno, did you say that he wanted to list a?
No. This document that you have in front of you is a document that has been approved.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Is there a consensus to leave the document as is? So it's a 6-1 consensus.
If I could just say, not every negotiator is an expert in how to include employee benefits in an employee's overall wealth planning. And that's kind of the perspective that I'm bringing to the table here. I'm trying to make it better without costing the district anything. Better for the employee without costing the district anything, but you can disregard that if you'd like.
I understand what you're saying, Ms. Patrica, and I actually would agree with you. And but we are a board, so thank you.
The next section is professional associations. There was a question, so this is something that has been in prior superintendent contracts. There was a question with regards to the 3 local service and civic organizations, in that it requires board approval. However, the 3 other professional groups do not. Does the board want to change that so that Dr. Bernier can just choose his local service and civic associations without board approval? Ms. Gittens.
My question is, wouldn't, up to a certain point, that be at the superintendent's discretion within his budget to participate in local, organizations if he wants to? I don't see why to me, it's very nitpicky. He has a budget and he knows which organizations he wants to attend or which ones he decides he wants to belong to. I just don't see why it's necessary to be very specific like that. I agree. I just don't. I mean, and if he's, so this is basically saying that it comes before us for him to choose, or?
That's how it was in the prior contract.
Yeah, I just, that's the way it was?
That's the way it was, but this is to the board's discretion. We can always change. That's why we're going through these terms.
So, Dr. Savage, through the board, through the chair, may I ask, joining organizations, did that come under your bailiwick as well, and how did you handle it?
I believe I did have a provision about professional associations, and I think it was 3, but I believe we borrowed it from Dr. Atkins' contract, I think is what they had originally. Now, I have to pull it out, to be fair, and I'd prefer to not be involved in any aspect of this.
Right, I was just asking how it was handled. I just think if the board decides to say up to 3 and leave it at that, but what if there are more that are beneficial to the position and to the board and the district?
I leave it completely to the discretion of the board. Whatever you tell me to do is how I will write it.
Well, I think since it says, school board shall pay dues, membership fees, and related expenses for membership in up to 3 local service and civic organizations. And we can leave off as approved by the school board in specific board action, because we wouldn't pick that for him. I mean, he would.
So is there a consensus on Ms. Fisher's recommendation? Ms. Gittens, I saw your hand up.
Well, okay, what I'm saying is to alleviate, like Ms. Fisher said, to alleviate anything about having to come before the board, but just a simple statement of, and I don't know how you'd word it, that the superintendent shall pay dues up to, and including up to 3, or do we even say 3? But that it will come out of his budget. I mean, it will be budgeted through, he has what, the 50?
Well, that's a different clause.
Okay.
Ms.
Anyway.
Giovanelli.
I think this is just his commitment to, within the contract, that he's going to belong to 3 civic associations. I don't think we need to pick, we just need to pay for it for him. So I just think this is his commitment contractually. That's all I think it is. So I would agree with Ms. Fisher's statement about taking it about that we don't need to approve it, because I think he's the adult. He's going to pick what's best for him. So.
Okay. Ms. Patrica?
I just to echo what's been said, he had a professional negotiator. Why are we changing anything? That was a little sarcastic. I agree with Ms. Fisher's suggestion, and I'd like to add nonpartisan in there. Local service, comma, I don't know, local service and nonpartisan civic associations. Somehow get nonpartisan in there, because I don't want to be paying for local Democrat club or Republican club stuff.
But local service and civic associations aren't.
They're not, yeah, they're not
aren't partisan.
I like nonpartisan in there, if we could come to that agreement.
So may I have a consensus on the first part, which is to remove that last sentence as approved by the school board and specific board action? Okay, thank you. So that's 7. And then with regards to adding nonpartisan in front of civic association. You got to give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs something. Okay, so I have 6-1. Ms. Gittens, was that a down or a sideways?
It was a down.
Okay, so I have 5-2. Thank you. Section 10 is about a reimbursable expenses coach. Any questions on that?
Can I go back to one thing real quick? And Ms. Patricia kind of brought it up in my mind, that there's potential for the superintendent, if he chooses and it passes, to run for the position. Is there anything in there that addresses that, or how?
Yes, ma'am. It's in section.
If it's ahead, don't worry about it.
It's in there that he can run.
But I'm just saying, is there any other? I don't know how much we can govern. I know we can't govern that position, but is there anything we need to say about someone, sitting superintendent that is running? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there and asking.
So under section 2, the only thing that it says is that nothing prevents the superintendent running for the elected position. Is there something else that you wanted to add to that, Ms. Gittens?
Never mind. We'll just leave it.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Ms. Giovanelli?
Back to the mentor. There's no, looks like it's just for as long as he wants one.
Which number, please?
This is number 10.
10.
50,000.
Yes, per year. So how long, I think there needs to be a time on this, because a time constraint, because I know that Dr. Atkins had one for a long time, and nobody ever saw the mentor or anything. So, and then all of a sudden, he decided, not to have that expense, and he stopped it on his own. But, I mean, at what point, how long do you need a coach mentor? I mean...
Okay, Ms. Vaughn and then Ms. Morgan.
Yeah, I sent you that same concern, and I agree. This is a seasoned professional.
Yeah.
This would allow for $200,000 in over 4 years. It's a lot.
When we decided to do it for Adkins, we did it because one of the problems that a superintendent has is they have no confidants. There is no one for a superintendent to go to. He can't go to the people who work for him. He can't go to us. He's got to have somebody to talk to when there are issues that require more than one mind. I absolutely believe that we need to buy that health and wellness component for our superintendent.
Ms. Gittens and Ms. Patrica.
I can kind of see where you're coming from, but I also think I've heard you all mention this is a seasoned professional, and he did not get where he is at this point without having confidants and mentors somewhere. In my talking to him one-on-one, he talked about, college and associates and people that he has come across through his time. And I really am a little concerned about, I can see for the first year or so, but paying someone, it would be like, I've got my best friend I talk to all the time, and they're my confidant, so now I'm going to get them paid. I'm just saying, it's because I just think that if I were in his position, it would be someone that I trust, that I know, that I would say, so-and-so over here, because I know them from college or professional or whatever. And I don't know, I'm really, I have brought this up before as well, and I think there needs to be a limit on it. And if we're looking at a contract of 2 years or 2.5 years, why not, half of it?
So let me ask the board this. Can I see a consensus as to whether or not the board wants a limit as to the coaching? Whether or not the board...
Can I make a comment before, my hand was up?
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Patricia.
I'm, how many years on the board? 5 years too many, and I still call my mentor, number one. Number two,
right.
This is not his college buddy. This is a professional who is paid very much like, you seek a counselor, you pay the counselor, and the counselor gives you objective advice, and you can say anything you want to the counselor and know it's not going to go anywhere. The same is true here in a professional setting. I don't know that there's a limit to the need to be able to have professional coaching and mentoring regardless of how seasoned you are. I think this is something that high-level chief executives get, across sectors in the business community in this nation. So I would be very hesitant to limit this and force him to come to us to ask for more when it's really a benefit that he should have access to.
Any other comments, Ms. Jordan?
And it's just if he chose to use this.
That's correct. So at this time, I'm going to ask again for a consensus as to whether or not the board wants to put any type of limitations in length of time for the coach.
And the cost limitation is already there at 50
Yes, ma'am.
per year.
It's the amount allocated shall not exceed $50,000 per year.
It's been that way too.
And that's more than just the coach, right?
Travel expenses.
Yeah.
No, this is
That's just
for
the
the
coach.
coach.
Oh, see?
Reimbursable expenses and coach, it says at the head of number 10.
Which is correct, but
For the coach to come, right?
the paragraph that discusses the coach is the last paragraph in that section. which specifically talks about the 50,000 allocation from the
okay.
superintendent's budget
Oh,
specifically
yeah.
for a coach.
Okay.
So who is the travel for?
I'm sorry?
It does mention travel, it's for him to travel to training.
Yeah, if he's going to training or anything like that, yes, ma'am. So I'm going to ask my question again, if I can have a consensus as to
Just
what.
clarification, I think the
Yes.
board thinks these two paragraphs are somehow related, when in fact they're not related by anything other than heading. Reimbursable expenses are for the superintendent's travel to do his job,
Yeah,
and then the
maybe we
coach
should make
is a
that separate and coach separate.
I understand that.
That's an administrative thing, so I don't need a consensus. We'll go ahead and make coach section 11,
Okay.
just to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay, so now just to make sure, reimbursable expenses, there's no concerns about that section, correct? Okay, so now we're going to go to our new section 11, which is about coach, and the consensus that I would like to know from the board is whether or not you want to put a time limit on that ability for him to have a coach.
And I'm sorry, was this something he asked for in this way, or it was something that was already there and he just agreed?
So I will say two things. One, this was not in any other superintendent's contract in Lee County School District. Two, originally we did have 6 months, we had a year, but I believe the intent from Dr. Bernier was to be able to have access to a coach as he needs, as he sees fit.
So can we just say access to? Rather, the way this reads is that you shall have a coach for,
Well, this is just talking about the funds.
Right.
Not that he has to. It's just that you're going to ensure that if he wants one,
Well, that's
that
what
it's
I'm
going
saying,
to be
adding
taken
somewhere
care
the word access to.
And not more than 50,000 a year.
Yes, and it does specifically say not to exceed 50,000 per year.
Mr. President, did Dr. Savage had it and Dr. Atkins both had, they all had it, correct?
Have it in their contract, but yes, they did, through the superintendent budget, they
through the
did have
budget.
coaches.
Right, that's what I thought.
So before,
It's been there.
before,
In the contract.
It was not in the contract.
before we get off tangent, I just want to know, does the board the first question is, does the board want to limit the time for Dr. Bernier to have the coach? I just need a yes or no. I can't. Ms. Fisher is yes, Ms. Giovanelli is yes. You want to limit. Ms. Patrica is no, Ms. Jordan is no, Ms.
So
Gittens?
to limit is.
The time.
The time. Okay, keep those thumbs up, please, so I can make sure I have a good count. Ms. Patrica, you are a no, correct? Okay.
It fails.
And Ms. Morgan, you're a no. So it's a 4-3, so nobody wants, the majority does not want to limit the time. 4-3. Now, the next,
That wasn't the question you asked.
That wasn't the question.
You said, do you want to limit the time? I said, no, I don't want to limit the time.
and
Right.
so I had a
Yes, I want to.
4-3.
Right, and we were saying, yes, we do.
Right.
It failed. 4-3, the majority does not want to limit the time.
Right.
But I do have a question. So the 50,000 comes out of whose budget?
Superintendent's budget. You just have to make sure that it's allocated in the superintendent's
Through the
budget.
adopted
Can we?
been there.
budget for the
Does it say
superintendent.
that?
All right, Ms. Gittens, what did you
Does
say?
it say that, which budget it comes out of?
Let's see.
It says,
Through the adopted
Provide-
budget for the superintendent.
Okay.
Now, was there anything else that the board wanted to discuss with regards to the coach clause, our new section 11?
are we going to limit the amount?
Okay, does the board want to limit the amount? And I would caution, because it's my understanding that these coaches can run high, and I think 50,000 is probably a reasonable number.
It's an awful lot.
Standard threshold, so that's where that's at. I don't have a problem with the amount.
Okay.
Ms. Vaughn?
All right, so are these coaches certified?
They're who they want.
excuse me, just a minute.
Sorry.
Are they certified in any way? Or are they just
I do not have,
whoever?
I do not have,
Like my buddy, my roommate from college.
what I was saying.
I mean, are they certified in any way?
I do not know that answer, Ms. Vaughn.
What constitutes a coach then? What makes a person a coach or a mentor? I'm assuming that in reference to what Mrs. Patrica said, that she's not paying her mentor. I mean, people say they have mentors. It's people they talk to, and this is why
I will say, Ms. Vaughn, my understanding that the coaches, I believe that Dr. Atkins had and that Dr. Savage had, are individuals who have been superintendents for an extended period of time and have a lot of experience and may have dealt with all kinds of different boards. So I believe this is the nature, but we can specify that in the contract if the board wants me to do that. Ms. Jordan.
I was just going to say, they have like executive coaching. So the American Association of Schools, they have all these types of coaches.
it's coach mentor.
But we're not determining where he gets the person.
He
is what
gets
I'm
to
saying.
pick, right?
Yes, yes.
The way that it's written right
That's the way it's
now,
written.
who he is.
He was a coach.
Okay, that's,
He is, well, it's who he is comfortable with and that feels will be
Exactly.
beneficial to him in order to do his job.
It's for the benefit, not to be, we're going for dinner.
So I want to make sure from the board that I have clear direction. Do we need to change any language in this section? Any other language?
Is this what you recommend, this language?
I think it gives him some flexibility. I do believe that Dr. Bernier is seasoned enough that he's going to get somebody that can add some positivity and value to what he's trying to accomplish. I think that the first sentence is very specific. In order to model continued professional development for all district employees and to promote a culture of improvement. So I think that's the standard of whoever this coach would be. Any other discussion from the board? Concerns? Everybody okay with section 11 at this time?
Yes.
Okay, our new section 12, which is vehicle. This is a standard clause that's been in prior contracts. Any questions on this?
Which one?
Yes, Ms. Giovanelli.
I know Dr. Atkins had a limited amount. It was like $750, but I don't see that anything.
$750 for...
On the vehicle?
What do you mean?
I thought his agreement initially was like he got $750 a month for a vehicle.
So the question is
It was an
this.
amount.
Is this, because Ms. Giovanelli brought this up, is the board inclined to provide Dr. Bernier with an allowance, which does happen in some districts, for a vehicle, or does the board want Dr. Bernier to use a fleet vehicle? Ms. Patrica?
I think that Dr. Atkins' first contract allowed $750, but I think in the second
Right,
contract,
that's
it
correct.
did not.
Right, he took it out.
Correct. I think
Because he
that
was-
it,
because he was using
because he was
Because he-
using a district
right.
vehicle, and I think a district vehicle is sufficient. He's got access to a vehicle, that's all he needs.
Gittens?
I mean, if he's going to be leaving his home, if he lives in the Cape and he's leaving his home first thing the next morning to go out to Eastleigh County High School, he can bring that vehicle home and use that vehicle to get out to Eastleigh County High School. So he doesn't really ever, other than to and from the office, he doesn't ever need to put miles on a vehicle, and I think it's modeling.
And there is language about incidental personal use in that paragraph.
And that's where I had a question.
Oh, Ms. Gittens?
Well, no, I mean, I just wasn't sure about that. Incidental use for personal transportation. Is that to make sure that if somebody sees him, driving around town and going shopping or whatever, that no one's going to say you're in a district vehicle? And That part just seems a little vague to me.
So a scenario would be he's going between schools and he has to make a stop, for example, maybe he wants to stop by CVS and pick up a medication while he's on his way to another school. That would be an example of incidental use. What Ms. Patrica said in terms of taking the vehicle home because he's leaving early in the morning, that would be something like an incidental use. And that is not an unusual clause.
Right, I agree with her. Okay, don't pass out. No, I do, because if you're either going to give them the car to use, how many district personnel take the cars home?
That's right.
None?
That's not true.
Okay, we won't even go there.
I'm just saying, it's
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll go back to,
special provision.
it just
That is a special provision.
gives me a question, that's all.
Ms. Vaughn.
I don't like that last sentence, permitted use for incidental use for personal. I don't like that for personal transportation. Incidental, that's not a legal term, is it?
Well, I can't say that's a legal term, but this clause is a legal clause.
Give him the use of the vehicle.
You know what, I would leave it just, he gets use of the vehicle, he has a lot of meetings to go to, special things. But to say personal transportation, let's say his car breaks down and he needs to get his car repaired, his personal car, to come to work. Is he eligible to just take this vehicle that's assigned to him and use it for 3 days while his car's in the shop?
So
so how does this?
Let me share this from the negotiations. This was an issue that I do believe that Dr. Bernier cared very much about. The request was he receive an allowance and be able to get his own vehicle. So this was something that was just because I had a sense of where the board would land on this, but I do want you to know that in other districts, it is not unusual for the superintendent to have an allowance for a personal vehicle. So as we were trying to reach a compromise on this particular clause, that's why this incidental use was put in.
Well, so he doesn't want to drive a Ford.
I can't say that. All I can tell you that this was a...
I'm sorry, but that's what it's sounding like. I mean, I disagree with the personal transportation because I would find it very, not that, I'm not saying he's unethical, but why, if we're doing a contract, if it's in there about personal transportation, if his own car breaks down, I'm asking, would he be able to take this district car to drive back and forth to work? No.
It's not incidental.
That's not the intent.
It's not incidental use.
Well, what if he lives 5 miles away? Is that incident? See, that's what I'm questioning, the word incidental.
Dr. Savage.
Just because I live this almost every day, I just want you to know, I mean, I literally have events all the time. I mean, I had an event Sunday night, and I pretty much I have to use my personal vehicle pretty much all the time because it would be so inconvenient to drive to the school district office, transfer to the work vehicle, then go to the event. I mean, it happens all the time. So I just wanted to share with you as a person who does, I believe that's the intention. The incidental use is just helping understand precisely some of these circumstances you've talked about when you have such a large geographical area like we do and you try to plan your day efficiently, it sometimes becomes a little bit of an obstacle. And I prefer to use a district vehicle. I don't want to use my personal vehicle, but I end up having to do it because it just becomes unwieldy to do so. So I just wanted to give it as someone who lives, and you all know, you all travel all the time as well. You're going to events and things along those lines. There's just a lot of ground to cover, and that is one of the challenges because our current policies don't permit people to take their work vehicles home unless there are very specific circumstances, and those are designated and categorized. And those people have to be documented whose they are because we don't want to have vehicles in our fleet utilized incorrectly. Now, that doesn't speak to the allowance piece that you're speaking of, but I just, as a practitioner who, hot off the presses.
And then I'll just add, before Ms. Giovanelli, I will just add that, again, this was a hotly negotiated item. So this was the compromise. Ms. Gittens, then Ms. Giovanelli.
Well, I'm just asking, throwing this out there, then why couldn't we get rid of the last sentence and just or add an amount? Like you're saying that was in the other document, that he had a limit of $750 towards, so if he used his own vehicle, he could turn in, just like Dr. Savage was saying, if you're home but you've got to go to Bonita for an event, then you take your own car, can you turn in mileage for that? So, I mean, I'm just saying, if we gave a flat amount, would that cover that sentence?
For Ms. Giovanelli, I will say this, in terms of so you can use the fleet vehicle, or you can submit mileage. Mileage requires paperwork and all of that good stuff. I don't think, with all the traveling, I don't think that Dr. Bernier is inclined to do mileage reimbursement all the time. Now, it's up to the board. We can change this completely and do a monthly allowance of whatever amount it is, and then we can do that. Whatever the board wants to do. Ms. Giovanelli?
So we do have employees that take home a car. I find it ironic that we wouldn't have a superintendent that would be able, not take home a car. Oh, yes, excuse me, they take home the car. Why wouldn't the superintendent be able to do that? And I know, I can name two personally, but I'm not going to go there. So, and I know maintenance is taking home trucks. So I feel, it could cost, we know what the expense is just to go to Tampa and the mileage and that and the wear and tear on your car. I would just give him a flat rate, and then he has the option, he could do either or at that point if he wanted to, like we do. So I don't understand, he's the superintendent.
So let me ask the board, based on this discussion, is there a consensus to change this clause to provide Dr. Bernier with a monthly amount?
How much? May I?
Let me get that first part first, and then we can discuss if we're going to move forward with it with a monthly amount.
And may I just clarify the one thing you were saying, he doesn't want to do, mileage reports. I'm not saying that. I'm saying a flat amount that he would get.
Flat amount per month?
Right.
However, I don't know. I don't know if it's monthly or annually or what.
So just 1 second, Ms. Jordan, and then Ms. Morgan. Just so I'm clear, Ms. Giddens, are you saying that he should have a flat amount such as $500 a month or something like that every month for his vehicle?
Whatever the amount is, because then we're not in the process of doing reports and all of that. You know that he's going to use his personal vehicle from time to time to go to events rather than coming here and picking up a vehicle. So as the superintendent, just give him an allotment.
Ms. Jordan, then Ms. Morgan.
I was just going to say, in speaking with him, that's exactly what he wanted. He did not want to use a fleet vehicle at all because of liability, because of whatever. He would have preferred to use his own vehicle and get a monthly flat fee, even though, because my stress was that we have this car that's sitting out there. So that's all I can see in my head is like it's sitting out there. And, but I know that that's what he wanted, and I know that Mr. Pre-Bruno went back and forth with them on that because we have a car sitting out there for the use of that, but he much would prefer to have, use his own vehicle and have just a flat fee of a monthly, and be done with it. So he doesn't have to worry about coming here to start his day, to go to Bonita, to come here, to go to Lehigh, to come here, to go to wherever, because this would be point of work, and then he'd have to travel from here. So that's why he would prefer to have his own. Am I correct in that?
Ms. Morgan?
I pass.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Yeah, well, especially like when he has 7 o'clock meeting somewhere, Horizon Council, he's not going to come here, get the car and go there. I think there should be a flat allowance. And like I said, I think Dr. Atkins was $750. Right now, I'm concerned, okay, here's the other issue. Gas is $3.99 a gallon, so there's that on top of it. So,
Board, can I see a consensus?
I don't even think 750 is enough at this point.
So Board, can I see a consensus as to whether or not we want to go from the fleet vehicle to a flat rate allowance for a vehicle?
I'm like,
Well, are you waiting on everybody to make a decision?
Yeah.
I
have 5 yes and 2 no's.
No, I was and I can live with it.
Oh,
So that's a yes.
Yes.
that's a yes.
Okay, so now the question is this. What is the flat rate that the board wants to do? I've heard 500, I've heard 750. Ms. Patrica had her hand up, then Ms. Giovanelli.
What was his ask?
Thank you.
500.
Yes.
Then
Oh,
Sold.
that works.
Oh my gosh.
It's we're getting slap happy.
So board, if I,
remind everyone that the time is 5:02. Still have public comment.
so may I have a consensus on the $500 monthly allowance?
We did.
Thank you very much. Any questions on electronic communications? Seeing no questions, there were some questions with regards to our new 14 on the document. It's 13 with regards to board relations and communications. I got some feedback that it was not necessary. What does the board want to do about that section?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Section 13 on the document, board relations, communications.
This is all part of our governance team and our protocols.
Can you capsulize it, please?
So this was because when I drafted this contract, I went back and did research trying to get the best contracts that there are in the district and revamp and put some meat on the bones of our contract. And this was language that was found in another district's contract that I believe has been incorporated in another district at this point because they saw it in ours. And it's just really a contractual relationship in terms of governance, board relations, and communications. That's what it creates.
I think it's good.
Does it mention?
I would like to eliminate it.
Okay. Anybody else would like to eliminate it?
What are we talking about? I mean, we've got 26 students and their parents here ready to
Okay,
set up.
well, can we finish very
We
quick?
can finish this, and then I guess we'll have to put this for the next briefing.
No, can
We have to do it.
we finish the discussion tonight? Can we make the motion to approve the contract, and if there are any outstanding questions, ask those questions tonight? We don't need to put it off.
We still haven't even
Can't
done the
make a motion
consultant
to
part.
approve.
We don't need,
There's questions about the consultant contract. We can, if the board, you give me the
this
direction,
is
how
our
would you
work.
like to
This is what we
proceed?
have to do. We have to hire a superintendent. So I say we allow people to commit, do public comment, allow people to come in, have our meeting, and then make a motion to approve the contract tonight, and through the discussion period, we work out the rest of the terms. Are we good with that?
Yep.
Board good, consensus?
And do we need the consulting done tonight?
We should do all of it.
I think you should, my recommendation would be to do everything at the same time.
Yes. Okay. So capsulizing, we're going to get a motion tonight from someone.
So let's hold off on the rest of this review. We'll pick up where we left off. I'll make the changes up to this point. Tonight, perhaps during,
Go to the order.
yes, I'm thinking during board attorney comments, we'll finish up.
Problem is, if it's a motion outside of the other motions on the action agenda, we will have to have public comment.
We'll have to have public comment because I don't have, this contract is going to change, I would imagine. So I can't, public's going to have to be able to speak on the motion regardless. So, okay, so we'll pick up on the 14th and I'll bring it up during comments. Public, Ms. Fisher?
Yes. Next on the agenda is public comment. Attorney Bruno, please address the item of public comment.
School board policy provides the opportunity at this point in the meeting to address the board concerning any matters on this meeting's agenda. If you completed a public comment card, please put it in the basket provided in the back. Please be advised that the board will not respond during public comment to remarks made by speakers. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order. Per Board Policy 1.11, the time per speaker is 3 minutes. You will find a countdown on the big screens in the front of the room. Once your time has elapsed, the microphone will automatically shut off. Please state your name when you approach. Madam Chair, there are 2 speakers. 3 speakers. 4 speakers.
4.
I have to log back into my computer because last I checked there was 2, so.
Ms. Nystrom, Ms. Jenner, Ms. DiGiovanelli, and Ms. Fahey.
She just raised her hand.
Oh, okay. All right, so then, am I correct that there's 3 speakers or?
4.
4.
There's 3
Ms. Fahey, Ms. Jenner.
Oh, Ms. Fahey raised, okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you so much. Well then, will the following individuals please line up? Denise Nystrom, Tara Jenner, Christy DiVigili, and Lori Fahey.
Good afternoon.
Just wait for the clock.
Good afternoon, Denise Nystrom. Just a few thoughts with regard to moving from block scheduling to the 7 periods a day. Speaking in support of the teachers, I want to make sure that I am following correctly. If the teachers' contract hours will not be impacted, and if the class sizes remain large, is this schedule change addressing the issue of teacher shortages? It was stated that the teachers' planning time will be reduced, so are the teachers teaching more time during the day? I do not understand how the teachers' contract hours will not be impacted, but the planning time is reduced unless inherent in their contract is that instructional time can be added to their day. If the teachers will be teaching more time each day and have less time for planning, will they be compensated? That's really what I'm getting at, because I really hope so. Our teachers work very hard, and this year, with the teacher retention and shortage issue, they have been under a tremendous amount of pressure. With regard to the IB and ACE Cambridge students, it looked like they were in classes 7 periods a day. I'm not sure if I'm correct on that, but if it is a 7-period day, do they get lunch? Thank you.
Tara Jenner. Just from a quick administrative note, you guys keep saying that there's audio-visual problems. Ms. Fisher, would you please pull your microphone closer to your mouth? We can never hear you. And the same for you, Ms. Dupree-Bruno. I would really appreciate it. I would like to comment on the fact that one of the things that was left out of the briefing, it was mentioned just in a little passing about the dual enrollment. But there was no mention that there's now a change in the articulation agreement between FSW and the district that allows students to be able to attend dual enrollment classes during this summer. An emphasis of that would significantly impact students being able to catch up or to be able to beef up their transcript if that's something they want to do without having to tack it on to the regular day. So I highly recommend that that be emphasized and pushed. Also, since there was mention previously that some of our seniors were short-shifted because of the COVID issues that were faced in the district, that maybe an emergency modification of that articulation agreement that would allow them to do dual enrollment post-graduation for this year only might be a viable solution to allowing them to have some successes. The other thing that I wanted to kind of mention is I'm not in favor of an elected superintendent, but given the fact that the numbers that you've bantered around today come up close to $500,000 for this individual, you might be changing my position on that just from a dollar standpoint. And I do have to question whether or not Ms. Dupree Bruno is our attorney and has a fiduciary duty to our district and our taxpayers, or whether or not she's pencil whipping things in advantage of this new superintendent. I mean, seriously, none of these things were in the previous discussions for the superintendent when we hired him. Half of these things were not there, and this makes me concerned. Also, when the fact that there is a fleet vehicle already purchased and available for the superintendent, but we're talking about additional monies for him to be able to use his private vehicle, I'm sorry, that should be reduced based on the value of the cost of that fleet vehicle up front, period. Because this is a choice of his. And if he's making a choice, then there needs to be consequences for that choice if it's costing us money as a district. Thank you.
Christy DiVigili, and I apologize if I'm a little all over the place. I got notes everywhere here. In regards to the schedule change, a teacher asked me this. They said, did this ever come up at board meetings? I knew nothing about this until a YouTube video yesterday. I wonder if the high school teachers knew. Once again, a one-size-fits-all for the county. Is this best for all schools, programs, and teachers? And I was wondering, and what I gathered from that was, rather than tackle the teacher shortage, we're changing the schedule, which seems awfully short-sighted, all things considered. Moving on to Dr. Bernier, that whole contract agreement, I'm very concerned about the consultant agreement and the contract agreement. I mean, there are just so many different concerns that I guess we're going to talk about tonight because we didn't have enough time to talk about it in this meeting, which I also think is a really big problem. So if there is anyone watching right now that is going to come to tonight's meeting, just know that you're going to need to stick it out till the very end because there's going to be another motion later on. Now, I heard it mentioned more than once when referring to Mr. Bernier's need for a mentor, quote unquote, this is a seasoned professional. But is he? Did anyone stop and think that perhaps he's requesting access to a mentor at $50,000 a year? It's because he's never actually been a superintendent and he knows that he's in over his head? I just feel like instead of approving this portion of the contract, and actually like that you guys really should be going back to the drawing table altogether. If instead of hiring this superintendent at $225 or $255 a year in salary, another $15,000 consultant bonus, $10,000 up front for travel expenses, another $500 monthly car allowance, a $50,000 a year mentor, you could have just hired put an offer out there to hire a superintendent at $350,000 a year. You'd have gotten an entirely different caliber of candidates, and we probably wouldn't be having this discussion right now. So there are about 7 reasons why Mr. Bernier should not be leaving his current position midway through the school year. And 4 weeks ago, CCSD struggles with chronic absenteeism. 3 weeks ago, students and community leaders discussed PTSD within CCSD. 3 weeks ago, teacher concerns after CCSD suspends bus service for after-school sports practices. 2 weeks ago, CCSD teacher says she was brutally attacked by a student. 1 week ago, CCSD teacher absences persist at high levels. 3 days ago, frustration from teachers and parents over teacher-student fight at CCSD High School. 2 days ago, why teachers are calling it quits in Clark County. Should we really be taking him away right now? He's not even done yet.
Hello, I'm Lori Fahey. I'd like to know where to submit the application to be the superintendent's mentor. That price is more than our teachers are making. Thank you to Dr. Spiro and his team for presenting and answering questions on the schedule change, especially for saying loud and clear that legislation does not require remedial reading. I cannot tell you how many meetings I have attended over the years because Lee County enforces remedial reading. I want to remind the board and superintendent that the public are the stakeholders and at the top of this organizational chart. And yet there was no transparency on this decision. By reducing the number of yearly credits from 8 each school year to 7 credits, lower level students, the bottom 25%, as well as our ESOL and ESE students will lose the opportunity to take electives. Career-bound students are going to lose their opportunities. A typical ESE student will have math, English, science, social studies, remedial reading, remedial math, and a learning strategies class. That's considered an elective, but it's not. After-school tutoring will be required for our students at risk who also work to support their families. Summer school and tutoring requiring additional teacher pay and activity buses will become realities for these students who desperately need that time to make income. 7-day period, 7-period day is from the 70s. It was blamed for a nation at risk, no child left behind, and the race to the top. How is using this old model real change? We are going to lose our teachers that are currently teaching the arts and electives because they're going to be outsourced, sent to other schools because they're not being used for electives. We need to look out for those kids. The presentation was wonderful, but they completely, we didn't hear anything about the high-risk students and the ESE students. And those are the kids that really need help to know, to have a fulfilling future. Thank you. If there's any way you can stop this right now and give us more time on this decision, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Fahey. That concludes public comment.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we appreciate your comments and your input, as usual. Next on the agenda is Board Attorney, Superintendent, and Board Attorney's comments. We can hold those for later this evening, or if there's anyone who would like to give their reports now, please raise your hand. Okay. Then seeing no, Attorney Bruno, do you
You
have?
see Ms. Gittens have her hands up, Ms.
No, I'll hold it. It's fine.
Ms. Fisher?
It's fine. I'll hold it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's okay. I will hold it.
Oh,
I will.
okay, thank you.
That doesn't sound right, does it?
It's 5:20. Dupree Bruno?
Comments?
Superintendent Savage.
In the interest of time, I have no comments either.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other business and hearing no objection, this meeting is now adjourned.